carries. Item number 3 on the agenda is public comment. If you are here for public comment, please come forward. You have 2.5 minutes. Let me get my timer going here. Oh, maybe you don't need, oh, no public comment. All right. We have no one here for public comment. Oh, we do? Okay. Oh, come on forward. You have 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Stress. I'm at 545 Veranda View in Mount Pleasant. I wanted to speak just a little bit about the Patriots Point. I understand that the desire to move, I understand the desire to move from a waterfront gateway to a planned development. From last time, I educated myself about that because I was a bit confused. I know that a planned development provides the town with much more oversight. However, it also allows for a heavier impact to the natural environment. I would like to ask the committee to consider and recommend a hybrid plan that incorporates the best of both. To move to a planned development while keeping some of the provisions of the waterfront gateway intact. The development company has said that they were okay with keeping the waterfront gateway. With that said, I would also see if we could blend the two, hold them accountable to the promises that they're going to make as far as the environment, while making it work for all parties. So the town, the developer, and the people of Mount Pleasant. Just want to give a little bit of a story. I lived in Key West for a number of years, almost 10, and they built a lot of things saying that this would be a great opportunity for both tourists and residents alike. This will be great for shopping and for people to live. And the truth of the matter is, residents don't go where tourists go. They just don't. I think that if you ask yourself, when's the last time you actually went shopping on King Street? I mean, we really don't. We might go down to a restaurant, but we spend most of our time where the residents are. So this is really going to benefit the tourists. So I would like to ask if you could please consider offering some benefit to the residents of Mount Pleasant and please move towards a hybrid zoning plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else for public comment?
Hi, good morning. James Wilson with Womble Bond Dickinson here on behalf of Patriots Annex LLC. I live at 722 Dragoon Drive in Creekside. I don't really have anything to add to the previous conversation other than we're here glad to continue the conversation, answer any questions, and glad I know as you all know we've reached out to try to talk to you all to just talk about what we can do to make this work, or as you know, stick with WGC if that's the preference of council. So we're here, glad to talk. Just please feel free to ask us any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else for public comment? All right, public comment is now closed. Moving on to item 4 on the agenda, employees' years of service.
So unfortunately, Ms. Patelli cannot be here this morning. She has served the town for 20 years. She's a great asset to our department and to the town. So we will recognize her at our next staff meeting.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Moving on to item number 5, Patriots Annex Development Agreement and Planned Development.
Thank you. So I'm just going to go over a few things again, and then I'll turn it over to you for discussion. Just as a reminder, this is 2 separate requests. One is to extend the development agreement for 5 years. The other is to rezone the property from Waterfront Gateway, which is what it's zoned now, to a planned development. They have taken the same requirements and entitlements from the Waterfront Gateway and moved those over into the proposed PD. Going through the history a little bit again, this was originally approved in 2019 with the zoning, a height map amendment, which is in place still. It allows 50 foot along the water, then 65 foot, and then that step up to 80 feet. The 2019 conceptual plan has since expired. Those are only vested for 2 years. What is in place is the 2024 DRB approved master plan, and you can see that here, and here you can see it with the green space. What is proposed is the PD map here, or conceptual plan, along with the PD document. It closely resembles the approved DRB plan. Here's a conceptual. And then at the town council meeting, I had outlined some major differences from the gateway to the proposed PD amendment before you. We don't get a lot of new PDs anymore. What we mostly see are amendments to existing PDs. So I just want to throw in from our state Planning Enabling Act the purpose of a PD, just as a reminder. So again, this comes from straight from our Planning Enabling Act through the state code. And really the purpose of a PD is to enact the objectives of the comprehensive plan, to allow flexibility and development that will result in an approved design, character, and the quality of new mixed-use developments. And it's about preserving natural and scenic features in those open spaces too. And a PD is about encouraging innovation in that site design as well. So that's the purpose of a plan development. As I distinctly stated at last month's meeting, this is a complicated project with a lot of layers. However, the Planning Commission clearly recognized that this was an opportunity to memorialize some things through a PD that are not going to be featured in the Waterfront Gateway District. That includes that grand lawn, that's not required. It includes the additional open space. 10% required, they're proposing almost 15%. So with that, the Planning Commission did recommend approval with conditions, and Mr. Peter Stone is here and he can talk more about those conditions with you if you so choose, and we are happy to answer any questions you have.
All right, committee, does anyone have thoughts on this item? Ms. Hyatt? Oh, you're scratching. Mr. Chapman?
In the material you gave us about what can be done through plan development, I didn't see anything specific, and maybe you were just going through it kind of fast, regarding any changes to a plan development and how council works with a proposed change once a plan development is approved. In other words, what are our benefits, if you will, for looking at a plan development, and what council has the option to do once a plan development is approved?
So a plan development is an ordinance. It's exactly like the Waterfront Gateway. It's a zoning ordinance that is adopted by town council. If you want to change anything in that ordinance, it has to go through town council again. So any subsequent amendments, any changes to a PD has to come back to this body.
And what about Waterfront Gateway? What can be changed under Waterfront Gateway?
None of the entitlements can be changed. So everything that is part of that, whatever's written into the PD, so these are the same entitlements from Waterfront Gateway that are written into the PD. But Waterfront Gateway is a zoning district. So these entitlements that are clearly laid out, those cannot be deviated from. What is not required in the Waterfront Gateway is a grand lawn, additional open space, those sorts of things. So you can move things around within the Waterfront Gateway District, but you can't deviate from those entitlements.
But you can make changes under Waterfront Gateway within those entitlements.
Within the
So
entitlements.
if under Waterfront Gateway, changes can be made from what was finally approved, whereas within a plan development, you can't make any changes without council approval. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Wait, I'm so sorry. I just want to gain clarity there. I'm under the impression that with a zoning ordinance, the council can always amend a zoning ordinance and make a change,
You can.
any change to the zoning that we want, because we've adjusted heights, we've done all sorts of things, we've adjusted residential requirements and everything, and that is in regular zoning.
Right.
Okay. And with the PD, it's the same rules?
Right.
Okay. So we can make changes. Is that Right.
But let me go back. If the property owner is entitled within the ordinance,
Mhm.
they're allowed to do that. Is that correct?
That's correct. But town council does have the ability to change any zoning district we have in our ordinance.
I agree with that.
Right.
But there are entitlements
Correct.
provided.
That's correct.
Ms. Hyatt?
All right. So the process, if there was anything within Waterfront Gateway we wanted to change, it would have to go through all the process of how would we get it on an agenda, like for Planning Commission, and then where it would start with us and go to Planning Commission, like if we wanted to change setbacks or things within Waterfront Gateway.
Yeah, it would go through the process. It would start all over again.
Right.
Mhm.
So it would need to be placed on our agenda to do that, though, make changes. We couldn't do that today. We would have to
Right.
have an agenda item to change
Right.
and go through that whole process of changing any definition of Waterfront Gateway. Okay.
But I think what we have here is an opportunity where, I mean, this is the last piece of Waterfront Gateway in the town, right? And so here we have an opportunity to move to a planned development and negotiate with the developer to obtain whatever changes we want. I mean, maybe it's a literal cut and paste of Waterfront Gateway into Patriots Annex, and because they have said they're fine with that. But if there's certain things we want changed, I think it's because I think the developer doesn't have to. Does the developer? It doesn't matter what the developer wants. We could just move to a PD if we wanted, or does that they have to agree to the PD? Is that
They have
correct?
to agree to
They
it.
have to. That's what I thought. They have to agree to the PD. So it's a negotiation, and we have to decide what is important to us and what sort of benefits we can have for our community, and then what sort of concessions we're willing to make to the developer of what their needs are to do the development the way that they want to do it. So I think what we have to figure out as this body is what recommendations do we want to make to full council of what sort of concessions are we comfortable with, and what sort of items do we specifically want in the PD that will then be upon the developer to commit to.
Go ahead.
Mr. Randall.
Thank you, Ms. Willie. I agree. I was thinking about it a lot after the last council meeting, and I think you said something similar then, is some of these things that the developers offering and saying are great, but we've been burned in the past, so I would feel more comfortable switching it to a PD if we could memorialize those things in the PD. Like, for instance, the 10% open space they currently have, I think 14%. I'd like to see the PD say 14% open space. I know Mr. Bennett said they're not planning on doing much, if any, residential. I think he said maybe 60 to 80 units total. I would like to memorialize that in the PD and say, okay, I'm fine with conceding some of these other things if we're able to write that in as well. Then I think I would feel much more comfortable moving it through. Those are just a couple of examples, but I don't know what everybody else's thoughts are on that.
I agree, Mr. Chapman. Did you?
I don't believe this is the last waterfront gateway. I think we have a waterfront gateway at the end of 41.
We did away with.
No, that's been removed, Mr. Chapman.
What's that?
That's been removed. We anticipate that were that to come in, it would be some sort of planned development, if anything, and so that's no longer a waterfront gateway.
But it was.
It was,
has
yes,
been,
sir.
And it could go back to it
It could, yeah.
because it is on the waterfront.
Mhm.
And we are looking at some properties on the waterfront.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Ms. Hyde, do you have anything further?
Now, when it comes to the conceptual plan, is there anything that can be changed about that, or that has to come from the property owner?
Which conceptual plan? The one attached to the plan development proposal? Yeah, I mean, the thing with the PD, it, like I said, typically a PD has a zoning map, and it's going to say we want commercial here, residential here. It's going to outline those things. It doesn't tell you where we want this commercial, where we want that commercial, but you can memorialize things like the grand lawn on there, the extra open space. But you typically don't identify here's a hotel, here's structured parking. That's not necessarily done through this plan.
See, I think the fear is that this looks awesome, right? We're like, oh, this is great, this is wonderful, but then that's not necessarily what we get. And I think that's what Mr. Rambo was saying about memorializing certain things kind of in there, like the key things that we want. And I think Mr. Rambo's correct. Like if they're gonna, if this plan's 14% open space, then let's put 14% open space in the PD. If this is 60 to 80 residences, then let's lower the density of residences down to 80 residences max. And then I know there was also like a height where there's 50 feet of height across this front parcel, but there was the discussion of like, oh, well, we're only going to do 30 feet across a certain stretch. Let's memorialize that. And then I think some of could we go back to the slide that shows the distinctions between the two?
The two.
The PD versus waterfront gateway, like the reduction by 50% of the trees. That slide. So maybe we don't say, yes, you can cut your tree requirement in half, but maybe we do give some concession on the trees, because if they're going to create more open space, right, then that may be something. But maybe the buffer needs to stay 10 feet. And I think that those are kind of the changes that I don't know about stucco. I don't know. I feel like stucco is a design review board thing. I don't even know. But I also don't know about flat roofs, because I think that the whole we don't want we don't want boxes, and I don't think I don't think Mr. Bennett would build boxes, but at the same time, properties change hands. Think like economic situations change, and different things can happen if the things are not memorialized in the PD. So I would not allow flat roofs. And I'm comfortable with like because if we have this 160 caliber inch per acre of tree requirement, maybe that prohibits the ability to have 14% of this open space. It's going to be like a forest within the development, which is not conducive to like people being there. Ms. Hyatt, I know you love trees. I mean, I love trees too, but I'm just saying we can't just demand everything we want and not have any concessions to the developer.
Shaded areas are fine, Some people might prefer a shaded lawn rather than an open field, so that's an opportunity for them to put some trees. So I wouldn't want to go too far with that. Also, the setback from the waterfront in Waterfront Gateway is broader than what they are recommending. 20 to 30. It's got like a 50-foot from the critical line or something. Is that right, Mr. Town?
That's correct. Under the current Waterfront Gateway, it's a 50-foot critical line buffer. The proposal is for a 35-foot average with a 15-foot minimum. So there is a difference in setback distances.
So they wouldn't be able, it's not a 50-foot average. It's a flat 50-foot setback?
No, currently it's a 50-foot average with a 30-foot minimum. Correct.
Okay, so they would have opportunity to go that close as long as they
to go up to 30. Yeah.
Provide for it elsewhere.
Right. I don't know if we feel that the average he's offering is good enough, the 35 feet, or would we rather have more of a waterfront that's open along the pedestrian pathway, which I guess is another thing we want to.
The pedestrian waterfront is not proposed to be changed. The waterfront public walkway, it's a minimum width of 10 feet and an average width of 40 feet landward. They're proposing the same in their PD. If you look at the fourth line item down, it's called the waterfront public walkway.
Well, this is saying average width of 35 feet.
That's the critical line buffer.
Right.
I think what you were referring to was the public walkway, that green space.
No, I'm talking about how far back from the critical line, okay. 50 feet rather than this says 35 feet, but I'm hearing that it's.
But this is feet. Both of these say average width of 35 feet. Is that an error on the chart? Is that an error on the chart where it says waterfront critical line buffer? Because this is average 35, minimum 20. This is average 35, minimum 15. But you're saying 50.
So there are some areas in the current zoning code that are 50 feet. With the new code you just adopted, that goes away because it can't be accomplished, and all it does is punish single family people. single family homeowners, you can't do it. So that went through the zoning code process. So y'all just adopted a code that says an average width of 35 feet with a minimum of 20 feet. That's what's in the newly adopted code. That's what's in the waterfront gateway. The only deviation they are asking for from that is to go the minimum 15 instead of the minimum 20.
I
It's
see.
the only
So
difference.
50 feet is off the table.
50 feet is off the table.
Gotcha. Okay. Mr. Rambo, did you have, or Mr. Chapman?
Yes, ma'am. Under the current use of that property, which is a max of parking, what is the distance between the asphalt and the waterway or the critical line? If you go back to the original property overhead, you'll see a parking lot. There you go. You just passed it. You'll see a parking lot there. What is the separation from the critical line from that parking lot?
About 150 feet to the critical line.
Say again.
About 150 feet to the critical line.
Okay. So it's significantly more there. However, we were told that it was equal to what was in the plan.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chapman, I don't understand.
He did mention that they would only be building like to the edge of this parking lot.
Yes. Yes.
Is what Mr. Bennett said, but if that's 150 feet, then that's not really what's being proposed.
Well, I just wanted to get that on the table.
Right. He
Because of
mentioned that he
be-
wasn't going
because
any
of
closer
what
to
you're
the parking lot.
suggesting in terms of making more distance. And so I wanted to find out what that difference was in terms of the plan versus what is there today.
Their design professional is here. He might be able to answer that.
That would be nice.
Hi. The current proposed master plan, which
Name
is,
and address.
I'm Ian Duncan. I work for Bennett Hospitality.
Thank
The current proposal has a couple of villas that are on the grass to the left with the Seafair Hotel, which has received full approval from DRB and almost full approval from DRT. So that's a 10-foot building set in a forest up on the grassy lawn. Where the commercial restaurant areas are proposed, the next block over, that lawn basically remains the depth that it is. I have a graphic that's an overlay of Charleston's waterfront park next to our waterfront park. They're quite similar as far as the boardwalk, lawn area. And as Mike mentioned, Waterfront Park was $80 million from the city. We're doing this 100% private development. So I'd say that's a pretty big give. We want to engage the waterfront. That's going to help our business, right? It doesn't do us any good to ruin the waterfront, which is our greatest asset of this property. Like, we realize that. We're trying to engage it and activate it.
And what is the width of the path?
Path has to be 10 feet right now. It's about 100 feet. So his restaurant, the Crooked Restaurant, if we straighten that out, it's about 100 feet to the edge of that boardwalk of
Okay.
open space.
But the width of the path is 10 feet.
Correct.
Could you go to 12?
We could, but by code it's 10, and it's going to be 10 for the rest of the development. So I don't see what
I'm
adding
just
2 feet would
asking
really.
that
We could. We'd certainly be able to
because I think
accommodate that.
our pathways in Mount Pleasant Way, the average is 12. That's the only reason I'm asking.
Right. Well, currently the requirements for all of Ferry Wharf and all this development are 10.
Or what?
Are 10. So it would be like a bottleneck right after you get off our property anyway.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Hyatt?
I guess the other thing is about moving the grand lawn to the back rather than on the waterfront. I feel like when this was originally proposed, council conceded the 80 feet because they were going to get a grand lawn on the waterfront. And now that's being and an amphitheater. And now that's gone. So that gives prime example of you make concessions and then you get nothing if it's not memorialized. So if we're happier with this plan with the Grand Lawn to the back and not having that on the waterfront, then I just wanted to point that out. That's another thing to consider.
I like the Grand Lawn where it is simply because what we've done is we've placed basically a access to the water without anything else going there. I like the open space. I like the walkway, and it's basically a passive park rather than a more active park right there. We still have the active part in conjunction with the hotel, if you will, but we have the passive park along the water, which I really like for our residents.
So I had voted against the 80 feet of height when that all came through. But because it's not codified, which is what Mr. Rambo has said, and I agree with, you can't you can't force them to put that open space where we would want it to go or anything like that. And right now I feel like we're listing out what we want and we're not making any concessions to what they want. And I think if the exchange is we get 14% open space, we drop the residential down to 80, we enact maybe a lower height restriction, like Seafair is already approved by DRT or almost approved by DRT. It's 35 feet or whatever it is. Like, let's put that in for any of these parcels that are saying that they're going to be 35 feet. Let's put that in there. And then no flat roofs, because I'm concerned about the whole boxy thing. And then in exchange, they get that sort of reduction, maybe not a total reduction, but reduction in trees and, Grand Lawn, where they want to put it kind of thing. And then leave this 35 down to 15 feet.
You want to make a motion, Madam Chairman?
Ma'am, if I may, I want to reiterate that there is a DRB approved plan, and that is good for 2 years, regardless of any zoning decisions. It won't affect. So if there's an approved flat roof that's already went through DRB, that's going to move forward. That plan is good for 2 years. So you can't change anything in that approved DRB plan.
But how if flat roofs are prohibited in Waterfront Gateway and they are currently in Waterfront Gateway, how would they have gotten a plan approved with flat roofs?
Because DRB has the ability to amend site and design features.
Then I still think we should codify it, just in case, because they had a plan that expired, and if they have to go through it again, at least our wishes are known in this proposed PD. Mr. Chapman?
Is there anything else that she's suggesting that DRB approved that we're trying to take away?
I'm not entirely sure. I don't have all the details. This is the master plan. So whatever height, if you're looking to lower a height and it's already been approved at a certain height through the design process, then that would move forward. Do you know?
I think one of the
Seafair Hotel and everything meets current guidelines, but I would like to also mention that there's a separate ordinance that adopted the height map. So it would be actually modifying that ordinance outside of this process. So if you wanted to move forward with the PD, it could supersede that, but do know that if it goes forward as Waterfront Gateway, that's memorialized as a separate ordinance.
So if we move forward with the PD, we can adjust the heights
Correct.
in the PD. But if we move forward as regular zoning, which I don't think we're proposing, that they would keep the height map.
It would supersede, correct?
Yeah. Okay.
Can-
Ms. Hyde?
Can the height maps, we can go through the process of changing the height map? I mean, there's nothing vested in that area except what you mentioned if it's already been approved.
Correct.
Town
We
council
could go
can
through-
amend the height
Yeah,
map.
we
You'd
could
have to
amend the
start.
height map. The residential density, we could amend that in Waterfront Gateway.
what is different from what's being proposed to what's in the ordinance?
Well, he's going to have the choice to do either or. So, I was just making the point that we can still make those adjustments if we ever wanted to.
in the future,
Next month if we wanted to.
but not now.
Right. Well, it's not on our agenda to amend the heights, but I'm just saying if there's any adjustments to Waterfront Gateway, we could
I mean,
do that.
I
but-
like what they've done with the height. I like getting it lower near the waterfront.
Right, but I think what Ms. Hyatt is saying is that they don't have to do that because they have 50 feet, right? And so we were trying to figure out how do we ensure that that happens,
Right.
you know?
I think you ensure it happens when it comes to us.
But it won't come to us because it's already memorialized in the height map.
The
This
50
is our
feet.
chance.
50,
is our
65,
chance.
and 80 is already more. So
Yeah.
this is our opportunity to adjust it through a PD.
I'm still lost.
So the height map is 50 feet at the waterfront, 65 feet in the middle, and 80 feet at the back. They have the opportunity, they could maximize all of that if they wanted to. They haven't in this proposal, but as we know, proposals change. And it could all be adjusted to maximize everything. Let's say this changes hands. The economy tanks today, and it gets sold. The lease gets sold to someone else, and they're like, boxes for all, you know, and like put it all over, 50, 65, 80. We're just going to, and the 200 plus residences, 12 units per acre. We're going to do that. We could get the worst of the worst, right? If this property changes hands, our opportunity with the PD is to memorialize the things that we want to ensure exist on this property. And part of that is memorializing this height reduction. And that's allowable in a PD. If we were to stay in Waterfront Gateway, they can maintain the height map.
I see. So we're doing it as part of the PD.
Yes.
Thank you. You just helped the understanding because that's what's on the plan. We have to approve the plan.
That's right.
Then if we approve the plan, it is memorialized and it can't be changed until they come back to us.
That's correct. But
Or if-
they have to agree to this PD.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
that's why I'm saying we need to negotiate the concessions that we're willing to accept versus the items that are sort of our
Yes, ma'am.
our deal breakers.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Rambo?
I have one question about DRB. Is that so? Like the flat roof thing. So that first hotel is being built with a flat roof because DRB, it does not have a flat roof.
No, it is not. DRB had the purview to do that, but this actually.
Oh, you're
does
saying
not.
they just have the purview to do it?
Yes,
On
correct.
Okay, all right. Because it didn't look like in the conceptual plan drawing that there were. I didn't even see any flat roofs. I don't think. Maybe just the large building had kind of a fake.
The commercial one?
Yeah, had like kind of a. I don't know what you call, like a fake.
Like a false
slanted
gable,
roof.
to a
What's it
false
called?
gable to kind of make it look
A
like
false
if it's
gable.
yes, yeah. So, and it comes in under height, so it's allowed at that 50 foot, and it comes in under that.
So does when we talk about like no flat roofs in our ordinance, does that allow exceptions if you do have like the false gable, or is that like
certainly because
It does.
you have equipment.
because you have the because you're hiding all the HVAC
Exactly,
stuff.
exactly. So you don't want that on the ground level. You want to be able to put that on the roof, and it
Well,
hides
all
it.
right, cool. So it seems like memorializing that would be fine with them because that's what the conceptual plan shows as well. So, I agree with Ms. Whitley and I guess I won't make a motion yet. I think Ms. Hyde still.
Is that it?
So if you go over what we've listed so far, we've not really conceded anything except this. I mean, these are all things he's already got in the plan that we're.
What do you mean we haven't conceded?
Well, you're saying we need to concede to
Yeah.
him, blah blah, and I'm like, we haven't really conceded. We're just wanting to memorialize what he's asking for, basically. So, we're not really.
Yeah, but
asking
those
for
are
much except that
concessions.
14%.
And the
think so
80
too,
and the
Jim.
reduction in residences down to 80.
Yeah.
Like
But I mean, that's
memorializing.
only once. So
Well, that's,
anyway,
I think that is them giving us a concession to let's put that in writing. Let's
Right,
limit it to
okay.
80. I think that what we're giving them is the 35 down to 15 feet on the walkway. We're not going to be insistent on the positioning of the grand lawn, and then allowing for some reduction in the tree calipers so that they can have sort of the open space that we're looking for. And I don't know what that should be, if it should be down to 80 or if it should be down to 120 or 100. And I think that's something that full council can discuss of what that level is. But this, again, is something that in negotiations with Bent Hospitality, they, they have to agree to it, because if they don't agree to it, then we're back to Waterfront Gateway.
Right.
Mr. Rambo?
Can you please go back to where it shows the differences between Waterfront Gateway and the proposal again, please? Okay. Okay. I would like to make a motion that we recommend approval of the PD to full council with the following changes. To write into the PD that there is a 14% open space requirement, that the entire property be restricted to no more than 80 total residential units, but can be 0. We're not requiring 80, just for the clarity. That there be no flat roofs allowed. That don't have at least the false gable or whatever, and that the tree requirement is allowed to be reduced to 100 inches per acre.
Would you accept 120?
Yes,
Yes,
120. I'll
And-
change that to 120.
And then the height restriction?
I don't know how to say that is the only thing, because I don't know which.
Which parcels have lowered
Yeah.
the height? Yeah.
So I'll just start there for now, and then I guess that can always be changed.
I would be sorry.
I was going to second the amendment.
Okay, let's
Right.
second for the purpose of discussion.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
second, and
There
then-
you go.
As far as types of trees, I'd like to know that they're going to plant some shade. I mean, he keeps saying, I just want palm trees. I just want palm trees. I'd like to see some oaks and some shade on the property. So I don't know how we might incorporate when it comes to caliper a tree, the shade trees.
What is the PD specific on like mix of trees that are
I mean,
permitted?
it came from commission that they should have more shade. So
Sure. The purpose and intent of the trees in this area is for avian habitats. So trees that are native to the area and that are avian friendly. That's really, and right now this site is completely inhabited with hackberry trees. They're not doing so well because they're not saltwater tolerant, but the birds have kind of placed them there just through eating the berries. So there are other options for native trees that will provide shade and are also avian friendly.
So how do we put that in the PD so that we
That's-
don't just get
That's
off?
that's already required in the PD.
It is already required?
It was in the
Without
Waterfront
us-
Gateway that was transferred over to this PD.
Okay. I just wanted to see a mix and not just palm trees because birds don't live in palm trees.
And then, but no other changes to these proposed PD requirements, Mr. Rambo, just the ones that you've made.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. And we have a motion and a second. We're in discussion. Mr. Chapman.
I would like to propose an amendment to memorialize the heights on their PD plan. In other words, the 80 at the top, 65, and the 50. I would like to memorialize that as part of an amendment. Yes, ma'am. That's what I would like to do.
Is there a second for that?
I guess my question is that's already addressed on the height map. If we're not changing that from what the height map says, I guess I just don't see the purpose.
Okay.
That's what I'm.
Well, since there's no second, I have to accept it. But
Oh, but-
the point is that the difference is a good difference, and especially having the lower height near the waterfront.
Well, that's already in there, and I think that what I was saying is that there's even lower height at the waterfront. It's down like some if you go to if it's at the conceptual plan, we're at 35 feet for swaths of the waterfront, and I think maybe Ms. Reed in planning, if you could figure out like which sort of segments have that 35 feet, and if we could potentially memorialize that at those heights, if that's possible.
I'm not following you.
So this segment right here
Yeah,
is
that very
currently at
front.
35 feet in the
Okay.
conceptual plan. But the conceptual plan could change, and this could become 50 feet.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Ms. Hyatt?
Wasn't that part of our motion? Just
No,
From-
Jake did not have the height in there.
oh,
Yeah,
you
I
didn't put
wasn't
the
sure.
35 feet in?
I just wasn't sure how to say it, and I didn't even know if this matched up exactly with the height map because, like that next is that sorry, The first hotel in like the bottom left, is that the one that's already been approved and is
Correct.
being okay? And that's at what height? Is that hotel?
It's just under 50.
Yeah, so it's in that, but it's in. See, so if you say that, I don't know if that's in the 50-foot area or if that kind of bleeds into the
65
what would
foot
be
area.
the 65 area, or if it bleeds into what is the 50-foot area.
No, that's 50 foot, and it's already under construction, approved and under construction, and as Peter said, just under 50. I think when Mr. Bennett was talking about his 35 feet, he was talking about his vision for those cottages.
Okay.
But the approved hotel is right here, and it's 50 feet.
But the cottages in front are 35 feet.
Well, they're not approved or.
It's just conceptual.
That was just him talking his conceptual plan. He envisioned them being no more than 35 feet. Those have not been approved.
Okay. Ms. Hyatt?
They're part of the hotel. I apologize. Would you like to come up and clarify?
But it makes sense.
This is
The hotel, the main building of the hotel it's under 50 feet, but it's close. The cottages that are, Michelle, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
would you flip to that conceptual plan?
sure. Right there.
Perfect. And you see those, the smaller
In the front.
cottages in front of the main hotel building? Those are lower buildings. Those are,
Okay.
those
And,
are,
and for the rest of the 50 feet
Mhm.
segment, so parcel 2, 3, 4, 5, I'm just saying, are any of those parcels, I think Patriots Fountain was contemplated to be a lower height, that segment lower than 50 feet? Was that any of that, or was it literally just this one segment that was considered?
the only thing that's been very specifically planned so far is that one. In
But
other words,
but you have this proposed PD plan. What is the height at Patriots Fountain?
I don't think we have.
It's not been.
We haven't.
4.5 stories. So it is 50. It is 50 feet.
No, sorry.
No, he said
He said 1.5.
He said
Oh.
one.
Oh, I thought he said 4.5
1.5. That's
stories.
the vision, but we have not. So this is a conceptual plan. I think you all know this. Generally you start with a sort of a site plan where we're going to put different things, and then once you figure that out, you design buildings on those specific pieces. So those specific buildings are designed. Like there's some concept. 25 different sort of internal conceptual drawings. What might those look like exactly? But the precise, the height, the exact shape, the architectural details of those buildings, those haven't been decided or exist yet. But the Seafair Hotel, it has, and it's been approved by DRB.
I see. Mr. Rambo,
Hope that helps.
Yeah, I still agree with you. I just don't know how to say it.
Just that
Well, why don't we-
parcel at 35.
yeah, we could
Memorialize that
memorialize the particular parcel at 35 feet.
The-
Because if you go back to the slide that shows the parcel numbers, you could do that.
Okay.
The piece in front of the Grand Lawn
Yeah, the
Yeah,
piece in front of the Grand
Lawn.
Lawn.
could be memorialized
Oh,
at 35.
Can you go back to where it was the original site plan that was submitted? Because I think that's what had parcel
The
numbers.
parcel.
Original site plan.
Parcel 2.
Yeah, to
Including those
include all
gray
the way to.
buildings, all the way to the water.
Well, and this isn't what it looks like anymore, right? Or I guess
Yeah, it's not
it
really
is,
what it
but
looks
it's-
like anymore. That's
or
why it's
what it
hard to-
could look like. Who knows? But I think parcel 2, if they're contemplating 1.5 story buildings there, that's under 35 feet. We could lower that parcel to 35 feet in the PD. Does someone want to amend, Mr. Rambo?
I guess so legally it's all one parcel, I think.
It is.
And so since this master plan is not the same one, I just don't know.
if we can do that.
I don't know how to do it. Like, I don't know how to say it.
The DRB. I mean, this
The property lining up with the Grand
Well, I guess, okay, so, yeah, so I will amend my motion to include the property between the Grand Lawn and the water, the property directly between the Grand Lawn and the waterfront,
Are you talking
be a maximum of 35 feet.
no, that
No,
whole
all the
section,
way back.
all the way back.
Because the Grand Lawn is,
right here?
No,
Well,
no, no, no.
No,
well,
Parcel
that's
2.
where the Grand
Parcel
Lawn
2.
is.
or go
Yeah,
back.
that's the Grand Lawn. That's not
No.
going to have any height.
But that's not where it is
That's
in
not
the
where it is
conceptual plan.
anymore.
They moved it.
This is the DRB approved master plan. That is where it's approved.
But that looks different than their conceptual plan.
Yeah, if you go to the conceptual plan, the Grand Lawn's is in the 65-foot area.
Well, this is the DRB approved master plan. The conceptual plan is a conceptual plan.
Has the
Is
lawn
this
back
what-
there.
Is this what you're talking about?
Yeah.
The
Yes.
Patriots Fountain area, yeah, between the
Okay.
these two walkways, the between the So that doesn't have like a lot number. It's because this is all movable, right? I mean, it doesn't really have a fixed
Right.
lot. Parcel
It's all
2 or whatever is.
Conceptual. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's where
I think that's what we're trying to do. Is we're trying to say, okay,
We want this.
we're
space.
comfortable with this plan, and so if we're going to make these certain concessions, we want to make sure that this plan doesn't get completely changed to something that we're not comfortable with, which happens quite frequently. So yeah, so that's to amend my motion to include the area in front of between the Grand Lawn and the waterfront to be limited to 35 feet.
okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay,
And,
we're
and
on
by
the
that I
amendment.
mean the area directly between, not extending off to all the sides.
Is that? We're in
I mean,
discussion?
maybe there's a way to measure this from the, from the. I don't know. You call that a dock? Between now and a final vote, we could get
Oh,
at
delineated
least
appropriately. Yeah.
yes, the square footage or
Acreage of that.
acreage or whatever. So we could be more
Yeah, legal
defined at a final reading. I
David can
guess.
figure out how to write that.
Yeah. Okay. So just to repeat what Mr. Ram. So we're currently on the amendment of this 35 feet for the Patriots Fountain region of this however we're going to define that legally, but what looks like Patriots Fountain would be 35 feet.
Yeah, so I think I amended my original
yes.
motion.
Oh, you meant
So
it.
yeah,
we're
so
back
there's
on the
no
original
amendments at
amendment. It's
all.
just
It's just the
okay.
original motion.
So the original motion, we're more just correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Rambo. We're memorializing 14% open space,
Yes,
a
ma'am.
max of 80 residences, not required.
Total. Yep.
Total. No flat roofs, a reduction in the tree requirement to 120 inches, and a height restriction of 35 feet in the Patriots Fountain region. And
Correct.
all other proposed PD amendments from the developer we would keep.
Correct.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion on this?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Mr. Chapman.
On the height, you're saying entire Patriots Fountain. I think originally it was only half of that, the half closest to the Grand Lawn.
Well, they just said that they're contemplating 1.5-story buildings for Patriots Fountain, the seaside village, that entire chunk.
The developer has said they're
Yes.
doing the
Yes.
entire chunk.
Mhm.
Okay. I just remember the circle didn't go around the entire piece.
That was Miss Reed's circle.
I know that.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. We have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion on this? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No,
Okay. Mr. Chapman was against it. So 3-1 motion carries. Moving on to item 6. If there's nothing further to come before this committee, we stand adjourned. Thank you.
I just think we need to do the height.
Oh, free parking versus.
Yeah.
To order the Police Judicial and Legal Committee meeting for this Monday, February 3rd. It's good to see everybody here, and thank you for your attendance. Item 2, approval of the minutes from November 4th and January 6th.
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Item 3 is public comments. If you have a public comment, please come forward, give your name and address, and 2.5 minutes, please.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Jimmy Bagwell, and I live at 41 Vincent Drive here in Mount Pleasant. And I'm here to speak in favor of your endorsement of the anti-SLAPP legislation that hopefully will pass in the South Carolina legislature this year. I have been a member of this community for 76 years. I've served on town council, and when I first was elected to town council, I ran because they wouldn't allow me to speak at a meeting. So it's just imperative that we allow our citizens to speak their mind. Also, in my past, I have been a victim of an anti-SLAPP lawsuit, and it's very, very intimidating. And if you are someone who has deep pockets and can afford to hire lawyers and sue people, that's easy. But if you're a regular citizen and you cannot hire a lawyer to defend yourself, you don't have that kind of money, it intimidates you to come up to council and speak. I'm not advocating that we are able to come up and smear people and in derogatory terms, but citizens should be free to come up and speak to their elected representatives without any fear of being taken into court by some party. So I urge you, if you will, to endorse this, send it to the South Carolina legislature. I believe there are 33 states in this country who now have anti-SLAPP legislation, and I would sure like to see South Carolina join that group. So please, please endorse that and send it to the legislature. Thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Dave Shemp. I live at 1551 Ben Sawyer Boulevard. That's Simmons Point. But Mr. Bagwell, I think, demonstrated he's Exhibit A. I'm Exhibit B. I'm a victim of those who want to exercise SLAPP. There's a development that was proposed beside Simmons Point, which is actually there now. But because with some of my neighbors, we dared to express to our elected representatives our comments, we were sued. And that brings all sorts of pain for discovery, memorializing all of our emails, memos, conversations, everything else. And the mere act of filing that suit sets everything in motion. The suit eventually was dropped, but not until after we hired our own lawyer and had that resolved. But when you file it, it sets all that in motion, settled or not. So I strongly urge that you support this initiative. 2/3 of the states in our country have anti-SLAPP legislation. The other third largely has part-time legislatures, and the composition of those legislatures are those who are in professions that benefit from pursuing SLAPP. You can fill in the blanks on those particular professions. And furthermore, I think that the resolution should also call for sanctions to be placed on lawyers who pursue this. As I just said, the mere act of filing starts it in motion, whether it goes to court or not. So I would think that we need to have something in there that sanctions lawyers that pursue this type of thing to impede citizens from open expression to their elected representatives of their feelings. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Admiral, and thank you for your service to our country as well.
My name is Lisa Schnipke. I live at 185 Mossy Oak Way here in Mount Pleasant. I'm here to talk about the zoning code amendments that you have on the agenda for today. As I understand it, at the last town council meeting, you all put a delay on
the adoption of the tree protections that you're incorporating into the new zoning ordinance. I hope that you will, while I understand what you were talking about in putting a pause on things that were already in the pipeline for a 90-day moratorium, I understand that and would agree with it. But anything that hasn't already been sent to planning, I hope that you won't delay that as well. That putting it out to start on May 1st allows too much time for people to try and take advantage of this loophole that we've created. Thank you.
Good morning. Mike Tinkey at 208 Benning Street. Echo the sentiment on the ordinance in general, including the tree ordinance. I think there's a way to amend it so that we can move forward instead of waiting to May 1st for the zoning. But I also encourage you to pass the anti-SLAPP legislation, move it forward. It does help protect the individuals with free speech. It protects and it helps with early dismissal of frivolous lawsuits. It helps with the recovery of attorney fees. It reduces the chilling effect on volunteers. So if you're a citizen or you're a person working as a volunteer in the town government and you don't have an anti-SLAPP, it really has a chilling effect on your ability to exercise the freedom of speech. And it makes you really think twice about running or continuing to run. So I encourage you to do this. I think it's for the protection of the community at large, and it avoids the frivolous lawsuits. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Michelle Stress. I'm at 545 Veranda View. I also wanted to just ask for, I think last town council, there was lack of clarity on that ordinance and the delay that was proposed. Instead of it being immediate, it was 90 days. I just think, is just like Lisa Schnipp said, that it's just too much time and people get the opportunity to rush the tree removal, and developers get time to rush the tree removal. Also, I am, some of you know that I'm very big in the monarch butterfly community, and I was just listening to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and they're really, we are really hoping to get the monarch butterfly placed officially on the threatened list. And they were discussing thousands upon thousands of acreage being affected if the monarch gets put on the threatened list, and they only give 30 days. So if that's adopted, people that own all this, property where they possibly rest, they only get 30 days. So I think here in the town of Mount Pleasant, giving 90 days is excessive. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment before we close it? All right. Thank you all very much. Item number 4, police matters, introduction of new police captains. I know we had a promotion day on Friday 13, I believe, and we're going to meet the new captains today. So thank you very much. Our new deputy chief is also in the room in the back, but he's no stranger to anyone.
Mayor, council members, it's my pleasure to introduce you all to Eric Postel. Pick a side, guys. To my immediate left is Eric Postel. Eric's been with the police department for over 22 years, has a wealth of knowledge. He's graduated from the Citadel, started working with Mount Pleasant Police Department in patrol, traffic, training. Most recently, was a lieutenant over the Traffic Bureau, longtime member of the SWAT team, just a tremendous operational background. He is a graduate of the Southern Police Institute's Administrative Officers course, and will bring a wealth of knowledge to the position of patrol captain. So. And to his left is Matt Stafford, who 21 plus years of law enforcement experience. He came to us from the Greensboro Police Department. He's a graduate of University of North Carolina, worked for Greensboro Police Department for a couple of years before coming here. Significant background in patrol investigations. Most recently served as our Officer Professional Standards Lieutenant. Significant background in hostage negotiation. And he is a National Academy graduate. So both very, very qualified. The decision wasn't easy because we've got a lot of great folks But I believe these are the absolute best candidates, and it will serve us very well. So, Captain Postel and Captain Stafford.
Thank you very much, Chief. Look forward to working with y'all and seeing you do great things for the department. Item number 5 is judicial matters. There are no agenda items. Item number 6, legal matters. This is about the anti-SLAPP law. I believe this came up years ago on council as well. Maybe the last time it was in the legislature. You'll probably give us a background on that. And at some point, Mr. Chapman has to go represent us at Chats. So we're going to try to get to this and get it done in time for.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Are you really?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
sir. I move that we recommend to full council the anti-SLAPP legislation to send to the General Assembly.
Okay. Do we have a second? Chair.
I'll second for the purposes of discussion.
Okay. All right. We have a motion. We have a second. Discussion. Would you like to hear from?
I would like
okay. All right.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the PJL committee. What you have before you is a proposed town resolution in support of the South Carolina Public Expression Protection Act, which has been introduced. House Bill H3305, Senate Bill S43. And this would be an amendment to Title 15 of our state code. I'm sure everyone is familiar and reads Title 15 regularly, but that relates to legal procedures on our civil side in our civil courts in the state of South Carolina. The proposal is on the screen before you. For definition purposes, SLAPP stands for Strategic Lawsuits Against Public Participation. And as you see, our state, at least the supporters of this legislation, have entitled this somewhat similarly. The basic provisions are this. If and when a lawsuit is filed against a member of the public and it meets the qualifications, there are two major things at play. One is it provides a hearing within 60 days. So that is an expedited hearing. Anyone familiar with our current court system knows that it takes months and months for motions to be heard by the court. I guess part 1A of that is that all actions are stayed. So you heard some of our speakers talk about the moment a suit is filed, the expenses begin. That is because of discovery, all of the various things related to a lawsuit, so that is stayed. And then the other major portion or takeaway is that if in fact the lawsuit is determined to be baseless, then it would allow the recovery of attorney fees and expenses. You'll see that in the statute. So it provides those two things. Notable, I guess, for clarity purposes, the state already has, our rules of civil procedure already have provisions related to baseless or meritless lawsuits in our rules of civil procedure, but this provides some enhancement mechanisms for the same. So the legal standard to dismiss a lawsuit does not change. Still, there has to be a showing on the merits, on the basis of the complaint, that there is no action. So that remains the same, but it does provide the advantage of speed, protection from discovery, and fees and costs in such lawsuits. So that is the basic summary. I'm happy to answer any questions. As the mayor alluded, this has been presented in our legislature in prior years. Of course, has not passed. We're uncertain at this point whether it will, but certainly if council moves this forward, we'll continue to monitor the progress of this bill at the State House.
Yes, ma'am.
When you say protection from discovery, what does that mean?
Sure. The the statute provides a stay on all discovery and all matters in the lawsuit until the motion is heard.
So how would they determine the merit of the suit without any discovery?
Well, right. Right now, ma'am, as you are well aware, there are two basic hurdles when a plaintiff files a lawsuit. The first is you have to get beyond a motion to dismiss, and that is a basic motion on the pleadings itself. What is pled, and if you look at the pleadings on their face, is it enough to move forward? And that is what I referenced. That standard does not change. The second is what is known as a motion for summary judgment. That typically happens later in the lawsuit after discovery has been performed to determine whether there are any material facts. So dismissal at the initial stage is generally very difficult for a defendant, named defendant, to obtain, simply because if you plead it correctly, if a plaintiff's lawyer pleads it correctly, it's generally going to get beyond that stage. Throughout the nation, you heard some of our speakers say absolutely correctly that many states have enacted these. We don't necessarily have a survey as to percentage of cases that have been dismissed or not dismissed, but it is important to note that legal standard to dismiss a case does not change.
Okay.
But again, it does provide a motion hearing on an expedited basis and the threat of attorney fees and costs.
For filing a baseless.
Yes, ma'am.
Why has it failed in the South Carolina State House?
I do not know. I mean, I can speculate as to, any reason why bills pass or do not pass. This is more of a personal opinion, I believe, but we do have a number of lawyers in our state house, and we've always seen any limits on lawsuits, damages, things like that, have typically had a very difficult time at our state legislature.
But this isn't a limit on lawsuits. This is just a limit on baseless lawsuits. And this just provides a penalty for filing a baseless lawsuit.
Yes, ma'am. And I think that an argument certainly can be made that all of those rules are already in effect for the most part. Again, the expedited portion of it certainly is not.
And the attorney's fees is not. So it's kind of like a kicker, right?
Yes, ma'am.
It's like, if you're going to do this, you better be very serious about it.
That's right.
When we go back to the section where it was talking about the different categories of, where was this? I think it was the first slide. The three categories. So communication in a legislative, executive, judicial, administration, or governmental proceeding. So this would be a member of the public exercising their First Amendment rights through public comment. I guess my question is, we've got legislative, executive, judicial, administrative. What are those categories cover? So because all the public comment was kind of about public comment.
Right.
What else is covered by this?
I believe that's that fairly limits it. It's really based on participation, public participation, and comments made in public. Of course, that is limited by, there are certain things you can't say that will be subject, but general basic comments and an ability to or an attempt to freeze or chill those comments is what this is based on.
But what's executive? Like what public? Would it be like an executive meeting or like a judicial? What's judicial? What's a communication in a judicial proceeding?
Okay, so you're looking at
item
number
B1,
one, right?
Yeah.
Okay, communication in a legislative, executive, judicial, administrative, or other governmental proceeding. That could be letters, that could be speaking, that could be court matters. For example, I guess an example of that would be an administrative hearing that happens all the time, say related to wetlands or in any types of administrative hearings or comments like that.
I see. And I guess is there a current bill in the State House that is anti-SLAPP that we are supporting?
This is what is in front of you, ma'am.
So this bill is in the State House right now.
Correct.
It's been filed, and it is up for.
Yes, ma'am. House Bill H3305, Senate Bill S43. We have put the House bill on here. The Senate bill is virtually the same.
Okay. And it's a non-binding resolution. It's just us sort of saying we're in support of it, but we are the fourth largest municipality in the state. So what we say does carry some weight. I guess I have seen just social media posts and everything kind of about this and other things, because I know, Mayor, you had sued someone for, but that was, they said you made death threats or something. What was?
They accused me of inciting death threats against them, but that was not, they didn't say that in this chamber. They weren't dealing officially with the government when they did that, and they're not protected under the First Amendment of accusing someone of a crime.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. So if you accuse someone of a crime, right, and that's not protected
No.
speech. Like, so I think, I guess my concern is, I mean, as a sitting public official, if someone says something defamatory, if someone says something that falls under the category of malicious prosecution, defamatory statements, slander, libel,
Right.
death threats, but it has to be a public statement or Facebook statement. Would that count? You know, if someone or does it have to be in a public proceeding? Because there's private Facebook groups. People say all sorts of stuff in private Facebook groups.
Sure.
Is
no,
that
those,
protected?
Those are good questions. I think if you look at number 2, it says communication on an issue in a proceeding
Under consideration.
or the right to assemble, right of association. So if you look at number 3, exercise of the right of freedom of speech on a matter of public concern. So this appears to be fairly broad.
Right. So it would cover a Facebook post made in a private group that
Right.
makes, say, a
Right.
defamatory statement about them, says the mayor's inciting a death threat or whatever.
But as I said earlier,
Sorry to use you as an example.
Right. As I said earlier, the substantive law of the state of South Carolina, in my reading, and I think everybody's reading, does not change.
Mm-hmm.
So in your example, defamatory, if someone were to come up here and say something defamatory, I don't think there's going to be any protection. And as a lawyer, I think all lawyers are well aware of how difficult it is from a defense side to obtain an order dismissing a lawsuit at an early stage. And I don't think that will change. But again, those kickers or enhancements, as you say, would probably have some effect.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry that I kept blabbing, and now Howard's left, and we can't vote on this.
So we'll have to bring it up again. But our citizens who spoke today, one of them has been sued twice. And remember, I was named personally in a suit that they were also named in by a developer. Simply because I opposed something and used my right to vote for it up here, which I'm sent here to do.
Does that protect us too, or this doesn't protect us though?
What's that?
This protects.
Well, he was suing me as a private individual.
So then it would protect.
Now,
yeah.
Because our insurer covered me because everything I did was within my duties, but he tried to make me have to hire my own attorney and face all of that. Mm-hmm. And so, but I think as Mount Pleasant goes, we have more. I've talked to other people when I was a council member and as mayor that we have more citizens sued, including 2 right now, more citizens sued for their public engagement than any place I know of in South Carolina. And I think it would be very natural for us to send a resolution endorsing this. And since we have a lot of wetlands, I mean, imagine speaking at a thing on a wetlands about filling in wetlands or something and being sued for it when it's a public hearing. You're using a public administrative process and you get sued for your opinion on something like that. And there's going to be more of that in Mount Pleasant as we have more wetlands that want to be filled and more things like that. And I think it'd be great for our state to pass this. We can't vote today anyway.
Right. But I guess my question is, you referenced 2 citizens being sued right now. Is that an anti-SLAPP lawsuit? I mean, is that a SLAPP lawsuit? The current suit against 2 citizens?
Ma'am, I don't believe it's appropriate for us to comment on pending litigation and opinions.
All right. I guess I just want to ensure that moving forward with this, that we're not, I guess, impugning. If it's not right, if it's not an anti-SLAPP or SLAPP lawsuit, that we're not sort of like conflating 2 different things. If it's conflated, I just don't. I'm uncomfortable with. I don't know how to say this the right way, but I'll just say it. Whatever. I'm not running again. I'm just uncomfortable with a non-binding resolution that does nothing more than just sort of throw our weight a little bit behind this anti-SLAPP. I'm in favor of that, but I'm very uncomfortable with this. I feel like we need um, to 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 understand, is this being brought in sort of like a response to an exist, you know what I mean? Like we didn't bring this the last go around, you know what I mean? Like why are we bringing what the purpose of bringing it now, I guess is my question, and wanting to understand sort of the purpose in bringing this forth at this point in time. And if do we truly think it's going to make a difference? I mean, even if we just say it, and what can we do as a community to encourage our citizens to participate in the public process, but not in such a way that is malicious prosecution or is unfounded, and then I guess using something that is unfounded or that's unproven or unfinalized, because I mean anyone can be sued. Like you can file a lawsuit against anyone, and then to say, you know, I guess it's the not guilty until proven guilty is I kind of feel like we need to think through that as we move forward potentially with this. That's kind of thing. It's like I want to not like say someone is guilty if there's just something looming, because someone could sue either of us tomorrow, and then with that, and if we're innocent, it would be awful for that to be utilized against us, say in like an election. I mean, like I said, I'm not running again or whatever, but like using that in an election, or using that in a, you know, situation for points, right? For points in a political way, to use something for politics when it's unfounded just because it's out there. I think I'm very uncomfortable with that. I'm very uncomfortable with that.
Well,
but I think we can't.
But on the other hand, when we get sued, in that case and others, we are protected as elected officials. We have coverage. Our legal counsel, outside counsel, is paid for. Private citizens is not. And I think with development pressures coming on, I mean, there was a big article this weekend in the paper, you know, that our apartment moratorium has ended. There's going to be more development. There's going to be more citizens speaking out. We're going to great measures to get more citizen engagement. We talk about transparency, citizen engagement, and all this stuff. And you can see it coming down the road that people are going to sue more of our citizens like the ones here. And both of the ones who spoke today, who have been sued, were doing it as part of an incorporated citizens group that exists to do that. And here we have the opportunity to endorse this legislation. We endorsed it before. I don't know if that was when you were on council or before. I think you were on council, but I'm not sure why we would be hesitant now. Did we not endorse this back in 2017 or 18 or something? I thought we had endorsed it, or at least put it on our legislative list, whether we did an actual endorsement.
Correct, sir. I think it was a legislative list, and there was the discussion.
Right.
But no formal resolution.
I don't believe so.
Yeah, but we can't vote today.
No,
Right.
I agree, and I think we don't want our citizens sued for just participating in the public process. And I think more than ever, if being able to speak your mind, even if you are in opposition to, say, whoever's in power or whatever, is important. So
yeah.
I'm not opposed to this.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so no vote on item A. Item B, discussion and possible action of an ordinance authorizing and approving a grant of excess right-of-way.
Yes, sir. Thank you. The town does many roadway projects as part of intergovernmental agreement with the DOT. In many cases, we turn over what is considered excess or unused right-of-way to the state. That is part of the IGA. I believe it also benefits the town that we are not liable for these remnants of land. You can look at the plat here. This is the roundabout at Long Point Road and Needle Rush Parkway. This project was some 12 years ago, and this has just been determined by DOT that it was never conveyed over to them as it should. You will see the two areas, the two triangular areas outside of the roundabout that are remnants. It abuts up to the HOA property. And again,
are we talking about the two boomerang-shaped properties right there?
Yes,
Okay.
correct, sir. And these are just leftover remnants that need to be part of the DOT's liability rather than our liability.
Okay.
And of course, anytime a municipality grants property, it has to be by ordinance. We can't just do it by resolution or signature on a deed. So
Okay.
unfortunately, we have to go through the ordinance process.
So what can we do today since we don't have a
No,
quorum?
sir, just take it as
Okay.
information,
All
and
right.
we'll move this to council
All right.
for the appropriate vote
All right.
on the ordinance.
On Tuesday.
Yes, ma'am.
And just to be clear, because they're a very active neighborhood, we talk about
Mhm.
public engagement and everything, and hear from them a lot about the problems. You know, it's a 2-lane traffic circle or a roundabout, as opposed to 1 lane, which works great. And sometimes there's some issues. This does not change or signal that there's anything. It's already public right of way. It's just it doesn't need to be in our hands.
Correct,
Right.
sir. That is it. It is
It doesn't change.
administrative.
Right.
The ownership of this remnant is changing from the town of Mount Pleasant to the DOT, and that is it.
So
Okay.
this item would be moving to council agenda for Tuesday with no recommendation from this body. Is that
Correct, ma'am.
So is that possible for item A as well? Will that move to council on Tuesday with no recommendation from this body?
Yes, ma'am. This is a staff generated.
Oh, so that's
If A wants to be on there, we'll just need endorsement.
I wasn't intending to
you
move
wouldn't
it to
have any-
council.
Okay.
No.
All right, just checking.
Okay.
Item C.
See,
Sorry, there's the I
There we
didn't
go.
show that, but there you go. And you'll see on the top where the cars are moving around to the right and left. Those are the minor boomerang remnants.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So
Items.
I put this on here. There was a lot of confusion. I know I was confused, and I was a no vote on postponing the zoning until May. And I just wanted to make sure, that what was passed, everybody was thinking the same thing. Because what I heard was we didn't want to hurt anybody who was already in the system, but then we extended the system out 90 days so that everybody between now and then will be in the system. And that's, I was going more on what I thought was the intent, not necessarily just the words, and I was a no vote. And so, what I heard was people that had already spent money, which doesn't include anybody that applies in February, March, or April. And in the system, well, if they're not in the system yet, they can get in the system in the middle of April and still be protected. And we had worked for 2 years on this. We had I don't know how many readings, special meetings, and it was never brought up before. And then all of a sudden, it was brought up and it was voted on. And I'm not sure that it's in our best interest to do it that way. And wanted to know how, especially for the tree protection, we could go ahead and either make that effective, or we're just recommending to council how to make it effective immediately, as I think we should have, or a thing thrown around, and I'm not saying it applies to this case, but we have in before, and I know when I was a council member with Councilman Santos, many times there was a pending ordinance doctrine that was invoked. So I'm just asking what our options are here.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. I think from a general overview, exactly. Most of our ordinances take effect upon final reading. And that's how the ordinance for our zoning code was written. And as you correctly stated at the last council meeting, that was amended to have the effective date as of May 1st. And the discussion at the council meeting was, how does that mechanically work? And from a residential standpoint, as we discussed, it's about permits, vested rights, and I won't go all into the history of vested rights and litigation, but it is a very difficult question as to when rights are vested. But the practical effect, as I believe you correctly stated, is citizens, applicants now have until May 1st to obtain those permits under the old set of rules.
And if I may, will it be any different on May than it was the night that we passed it? In other words, we will still have things that are in the system, still have things that have already applied. So I don't see what changed.
So I think there are people that are harmed and people that are helped. Possibly it's planning staff may have a more quantitative analysis than I. However, some people have submitted in anticipation of the change. As you all are aware, it's been ongoing for years and it was imminent. And so those people are likely delayed. at potentially some expense, construction or
You
delay
mean
expense.
delayed by us not implementing it yet?
If their submittals were in anticipation of the new rules, the new zoning code changes, then yes. I don't know how many. Again, I can't quantify that, but I'm sure that there are some. And also, some people are probably helped by that. Essentially, and not to be pejorative about it, but getting in under the wire to the extent that those types of things exist. I think there's benefits and detriments to each.
Sure.
See, I think I voted in favor of it, and I think what my thought was, and with Mr. Rambo, and I don't know what Mr. Rambo thought, but my thought is that if they have already filed for their permit and it has not issued yet, we're not going to yank that out from under them.
But that's not what it did.
That's what I'm asking, like, because my thought was also at the end of 90 days, if you have not completed by the end of 90 days, then it's in effect, and so then you're done. So for me, it is not, I can file on day 89 and now I'm in the system and I get to go through the system. For me, what I was intending on with my vote was, if you've already filed, we're not going to yank that out from under you, even if the office has not had the 48 hours or week to process your request yet. It was not meant for me that you could file on day 89 and now you're in the system. For me, it was day 90, it's in place, but all those people who had filed get a chance to fully process their applications.
Right.
That was my intent, and that's what I understood when I had a yes vote. Is that not what happened?
Well, that is possible, yes, ma'am. I think people, if they are, the change is delayed, and permits could be issued, and we're not going to hold them. I don't believe there'd be any reason to hold permits under absent exceptional circumstances. But as I said, some people may benefit, some people may not benefit. It's just impossible to quantify. What I would say the options moving forward to answer those questions are: A, is just remain the same. B, is to move the process forward to amend the existing ordinance solely for the date. And that would have to be done by ordinance, 2 readings. We have reviewed whether a public hearing is necessary, because, again, there's a question as to whether it's a substantive change and whether it requires a public hearing. Legal would take the position that a public hearing is required. So in order to change the date, now it would be 2 readings of council, public hearing, as fast
like
as
60
council.
days,
Ma'am?
which is like 2 months.
Right. Absent a special council meeting.
I guess I would like to understand, the ordinance has this delay in it, but there has to be a definition of what that delay means. Is there not? It's just a delay of, like, it's not enforced until the day of. But then if someone files on day 89 and the ordinance goes into effect day 90, they're out.
Right.
They're done.
Just effective date. So your request for definition, the only defining characteristic is the effective date. So the way I interpret that legally is, if there is a permitted right, if there is a right, a vested right under our state law, if it's before the 90 days, then it's under the old rules. If it's after, or May 1st, excuse me. If it's after May 1st or after, then it is under the new rules.
So I could file on April 30th, but that's my right just because I filed an application?
No, ma'am.
No. Okay, so the right is vested when the permit issues.
Right.
Okay, so then that makes sense. So it's not a rush to file on day 89, because that's not going to get you anything.
Probably not, but again, just looking at it objectively, if you were to request today,
Right.
Certainly you would have some time built in.
And I think that is actually what Mr. Rambo wanted, is because there are people who have their houses designed, they have things like that and that they haven't had a chance to file yet, but they've already expended those dollars in designing their home and designing their whatever, and now they need to go through the process, and he's giving them that opportunity.
Okay, so, but it's going to be the same 90 days from the day that we voted on it. What I'm saying is, we didn't eliminate any problems by doing that, because people will be at the same stage then that they were the day we passed it after 2 years of saying we're going to change this, and then we had second reading.
Except
And
that they know now the public is on notice that this is the effective date. May 1st is the effective date. And before, it took us 2 years. 2 years is a really long time. It took us 2 years on the noise ordinance. People aren't going to make changes until the law is in effect, right? And now our ordinance is in effect with a date of notice. I mean, because even on second reading, we could have sent it back to committee. It could have taken even more time.
well, as Mr. Pagliarini said, most of our ordinances go into effect at final reading. So, are we setting a standard? Everything we do from now on, we're gonna create this period where people can get in under the wire. How long does it take to get a permit to take down a tree? Okay. But I mean, it's not 90 days. And I don't remember any questions about how long it takes. I just think that when we make motions and we make decisions like that require public hearings, 2 readings and all afterwards, when we've been working on something for 2 years, the Bob Bremer question, what problem are we trying to solve? So we didn't take away the fact that there will be people who are somewhere in the twilight zone of that, because it's not going to be any different 90 days from now than it was when we passed final reading. Is there a way that we could make a portion of it effective? I don't think so, but I'll ask the question.
No, sir. It was a good question, and it was raised at the last council meeting. We have looked at that and don't believe that there is a practical way. It was raised in the context of the tree ordinance. It is so interwoven that it was
right. As is the establishment of the tree task force is in that ordinance, right?
Right. Yes,
so
sir.
we won't get to that until the ordinance goes into effect.
That is my understanding. Yes.
Okay.
So if we wanted to expedite, what's the fastest that it could get done if it were to be? And then does that create problems for us in that we gave notice for 90 days and now if we cut it back down to 30 or something?
So 2 questions. The process is that it would go to council ostensibly next Tuesday for first reading. And again, that ordinance would solely provide that the enactment date would be something prior to May 1st, whatever would be decided, whatever that is. No other changes to the ordinance would be considered, although they could. And then we'd have to have the public hearing, and then we'd have to have final reading. So, of course, there could be a compressed time frame, but we would want to make sure all of those elements are hit. And again, I do think it could spur additional discussion related to ordinance changes.
And okay. All right.
I mean, it's not out of the question that we could cut that in half by 45 days. That's doable.
Right, ma'am. To your point about notice, and I'll say what I said at the council meeting. I believe you're correct to presume public. What is the public going to believe? And while I am a lawyer, probably part robot, not entirely robot, I do understand that notice means something different legally, and so we don't have any legal notice questions, but your concern is what is the public going to believe, and that is for council to consider. That an ever-changing date. But again, I would, I guess, to push back on that, I would say that the public probably had some expectation that final reading was going to be final reading, but as y'all are well aware, things get moved, and it could very well have been discussed for 1 or 2 more council meetings. So I'm not sure that date is ever going to be solid.
Right.
And you got to ask on something that major that came out of the comp plan that took 2 years and $100,000 to do. Why was that question never brought up or planned for before? I just feel like it was a spur of the moment thing. It was not vetted. We didn't have any statistics on how many permits are in the process or anything like that. We were in a rush to put it off. And we do zoning changes and things like that all the time. you know, if this is the way this council is going to be doing business from here on, we need to really think about it. I mean, that was years and years of work pushed off, you know, 90 days at right there suddenly at final reading by a 5-3 vote. One more vote and it would have failed, you know, with 8 members now.
So for this to move forward, again, it would require it to be placed on the next agenda by 3, or, well, it's been heard, so it could be 1 member of council. It's been heard at committee, so if it were to move forward next week,
Okay.
we'd need that 1 member of council.
All right. I'm not sure that's the way to go, but I thought it was certainly worth discussing and examining. Thank you for your thoughts and comments too. I believe that include item C, right? Concluded item C. Item 7 is adjourned, so this committee stands adjourned. Thanks. That was very good and candid conversation. Do what?
Good morning, everybody. We're getting ready to start the Bids and Purchases Committee here Monday, February 3rd. We are running a little bit behind, but if everybody will take a seat, we'll go ahead and get started. All right, item number 1 is the call to order, which is what I just did. Approval of the minutes of the January 6th, 2025 meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval.
Okay. Got a motion. I'll second it. Got a motion and second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Item number 3 is the public comments. Do we have anybody who wants to come up and give us a few minutes of your voice? Be glad to hear from you. If not, we will move on. Number 4 is the award of contract for town hall generator replacement, and I will defer to the ladies up front.
Good morning. So staff requested bids from qualified bidders for the removal of the existing generator and the purchase and installation of a 500 kilowatt generator at the town hall building. It included an add alternate for relocating the existing 250 kilowatt generator to another town facility. This project is partially funded with federal funds through a grant awarded by the Federal Emergency Management Agency Hazard Mitigation Grant Program through the South Carolina Emergency Management Division. The primary objective of the project is to disconnect and remove the existing town hall generator and replace it with a new generator capable of backing up the entire town hall facility. A secondary benefit will be to add the existing town hall generator to the town hall gymnasium infrastructure to provide backup power for that facility and for future fleet EV chargers. The construction time for this project is 18 months. Staff received 2 bids for the project, one of which was incomplete and was found to be non-responsive. Staff then evaluated the remaining bid and determined that Bo Hickett Construction was the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. Staff then reviewed available funding and the cost estimate and determined that it was in the town's best interest to award both the base bid and the add alternate. Staff therefore recommends awarding the contract to Bo Hickett Construction LLC in the amount of $1,333,730 for the generator replacement project.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes,
thank you, Mr. Chair. I noticed there are 2 bids, and as you said, one was incomplete, and I guess judged as not complying with the RFP. What about it made it incomplete?
I can answer that for you, Kathy Frame, Procurement Officer. They only bid the generator itself, so they did not bid for the removal and installation of the new one, or moving the old one to the gym, nor did they include a bid bond, financial responsibility form, or any of the other required documentation. So they truly didn't provide a complete bid.
Okay.
And their bid for the generator portion of it, how much was that, and how does that compare to the bid that
in
you're
terms
seeking
of the
to be awarded?
generator, the generator costs are pretty much the same, very similar price. It's all the other work as far as the removal, the installation, and then actually installing the second one.
Okay, and then real quickly, how much of this is covered by the FEMA grant?
I believe it's about it's just under $500,000 that's covered through the grant.
Very good. Well, Mr. Chairman, I'll move for approval in the award of the town generator replacement project as described by staff.
Okay, I'll got a motion. I'll second it. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Item number 5 is adjourned, and we've got everybody back on time now.
Bids and purchases for the win. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Bids and purchases did it again. Thanks, man. Yeah.
Monday, February 3rd. Next item is approval of minutes from January 6th meeting.
Move to approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Next item is public comment. If we have anybody that wants to address the committee. Okay, no takers. Okay. Item 4 is discussion of the Harbor Entrepreneur Center.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You guys have heard a lot of my slides already. So as opposed to me kind of going back through them, you know that the current ask is for $100,000, but we have Grady Johnson and Christina Locke from the Harbor Entrepreneur Center here. So I was going to let them kind of go over what they've been through in the last couple of years of where the center is and where they're going next. So at this time, if it pleases the committee, we'll let them come up
Sure.
and go through.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Grady Johnson.
Hi, Christina Locke.
So we've been here in Mount Pleasant for just a little over 2 years. And Matt, if you just, we're as you guys know, we're just about right across the street from you at 11 E Wall Street, and we are. The Harbor Entrepreneur Center is the one region's lead agent for innovation and entrepreneurship for the Charleston region, and we're based here at 11 E Wall Street in Mount Pleasant. So do the next slide, Matt. In less than 2 years, we've got over 100 companies now based out of E Wall Street, and more than 60% of those companies are Mount Pleasant owner-operators. So this is highly occupied by our Mount Pleasant residents, and we're really proud of the fact that we've got 100 companies now under that roof. Based on the size of the Entrepreneur Center and the number of companies, we believe we're now in the top 10 in terms of size in the Southeast. I think we're even higher than that, but there's not enough research out there to make the claim and make it stand yet. So we at least we know we're in the top 10. So for our little hometown of Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, to be ranked up there with Atlanta, Raleigh, Charlotte, in terms of the scope of what we're doing here in Mount Pleasant is quite a win. The businesses in the Entrepreneur Center, these are all high growth companies, and 83% of them have reported growth since coming to Mount Pleasant 2 years ago. And it's a highly collaborative environment, and that's why they're growing. The whole idea of an Entrepreneur Center is it's full of entrepreneurs, and they are interacting and collaborating and helping each other grow their business. We've created over 150 new jobs out of the center, and each business. The other thing to understand is this is not just startups; these are ongoing businesses who are flourishing under the roof here and in Mount Pleasant, and 2.48 million. That's our average projected revenue of each of those companies. 37% of them are employing five or more full-time employees, and again, just to illustrate that this isn't just a bunch of startups, even though we do have startups under the roof. These are going concerns, and half of them have been in business more than 4 years. And just as a matter of local impact, almost 60% are eating out at least once a week in Mount Pleasant. That's all of their employees.
There you go, Rick.
And they're buying gas here in town. So, and this chart here is just to show you that it's an eclectic mix of companies in the business, businesses in the Harbor Entrepreneur Center. It's not a tech center with just software. You can see it's quite a mix of businesses, and that's on purpose. We want this to be as an eclectic and active place as it can be, because that creates great opportunity for sharing. And just some words that people have thrown out when we ask them what do they think about the harbor. And just some more quotes from our residents. So the other thing about being the lead agent is this is a center for the community to come together. In 2004, we hosted over 78 events at the Harbor Entrepreneur Center. So a lot of people are coming into Mount Pleasant for their meetings, and these are both community and business events. And again, we're the designated lead agent, so we're making a lot of news here in Mount Pleasant. We have several programs that we run: Accelerator program, Propel. We're bringing in school groups. We've got over 100 mentors associated with the harbor. So we're also helping to bring up the next generation of entrepreneurs, and so we have school groups there quite often, and other activities for entrepreneurs who are interested in starting a business. The whole idea is they know where to find us and they can come get help. And again, you guys have been giving us support for the past couple of years, and so we're just asking for a continuation of that to help us keep us in the building. And just an interesting fact that 22% are deriving their business from Mount Pleasant, and around 75% are bringing revenue into Mount Pleasant from other places. And the thing I keep saying to Matt Brady is, if look what we've done in 2 years. So for the next few years, the growth potential there is an incredible opportunity for the town, and it's the kind of jobs I think the town would like to create. Low impact on goods and services, and high impact in terms of the kinds of people that are moving to Mount Pleasant and bringing their businesses here.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
I have ROI down here, so I'm going to talk to you while you've got that screen up. But
yes.
So we do need an ROI, right? The town's put 200,000 in, and you're asking for another 100,000. So our citizens are saying, "What are we getting back as citizens?" And it's easy to look at y'all and say, "What are you doing for us?" But then the question really becomes, "What are we doing for you? What hurdles are we creating? What are you asking the businesses there? Are you going to be able to, as you expand, are you going to be able to stay in Mount Pleasant? And if you're not going to be able to stay in Mount Pleasant, then why aren't you going to be able to stay in Mount Pleasant? And is that information then going to Matt Brady? Is there a dialogue happening there that we make sure that there's an open line of communication? Because that's what's going to happen, right? If we don't even know they're looking for office space, they can't find office space. Office space is too expensive, or there's not enough of it, or whatever that is. And then they're not going to have the conversation. They just go rent space in North Charleston or something like that, right? And you're the incubator, and we're trying to create those businesses for Mount Pleasant, get those taxes and the ROI. So is that conversation open, available, and happening?
Mr. Rack, I know the short answer is yes. I talk to Grady at least once a week. I'm over there at least once a week. When there is a company that looks like it could be a good one, Grady lets me know, and that's across all disciplines: tech, life science, and digital animation, all these things. And I get an opportunity to meet with them. And I do think it's kind of important to note it's only been 2 years, right? So this is sort of a marathon, but developing these relationships early with companies that could scale to 100 plus employees. There are a lot of communities that wish they had a place like the harbor, because in a way it's your business recruitment shooting fish in a barrel. It just takes some time for them to scale. And then, as you know, we probably need more office space in Mount Pleasant, but that's sort of a different discussion. But once they leave the nest, sure, yeah, we can try to find them a space. So we are continually talking, and I get to, one of the coolest parts of my job is meeting these companies that are in there. Everything from the sausage maker to the guy that makes these things called the Trasters, which are fancy stadium seats and all that sort of stuff. So it's been a good fit for the town so far.
And we're in constant dialogue with these companies. Part of running the Entrepreneur Center is that we're not hands off building managers. We're actually in there mentoring the companies, so we're talking to them constantly about what their needs are. And as companies scale, we know they're scaling, and they're not going to just wake up one day and say, "Oh, gee, we've scaled." They're talking to us constantly about the assets that they need to scale, real estate being one of them. So there's some runway for the town to be able to react and hopefully capture these companies as they're growing. We can staying in touch with Matt, just going, "Hey, we got one that's scaling. We need to start looking for them." So that's part of the whole plan.
And last question, and also I did want to say congratulations and great work. So thank you for bringing this to the town of Mount Pleasant. So that is awesome. What is like the average square foot price, or what's an office cost? Yeah, no, just for y'all. Like, how is that?
So we're priced by the office. They're very small single offices. If you guys recall what it looked like when you were over there at the beginning, and that's $850 a month for a single office. And then we can scale it all the way down to reserved desks. I mean, that's the beauty of an entrepreneur center is some of our entrepreneurs, and they only need one desk to get their company going.
Like by the hour, or by the week, or by the month?
$150 a month.
Okay, that's good to know.
For a
Okay.
shared desk kind of thing where you're sitting beside each other. It's not private.
Yeah, it's in the middle there. Right. Very
and then
cool.
you can scale up from that to a private office. Some of our tenants have multiple of those private offices, and then as they're scaling, we've got floor space that we can rent per square foot. So we've had some companies scale from a single desk to an office, and then from an office to the floor space. So they've scaled from a single person now to almost a dozen employees in 2 years. So we're watching them as they scale up, and so that floor space ability is somewhat limited. I don't have a ton of it over there, but we've got 5 companies in that space now that have scaled up. There's this, and it's cool to watch.
And that's all in. That's internet, electricity, the whole deal.
Yeah.
That's everything. Okay. Thank you. It's good to know. Thank you. Good. Thank you.
Yeah. What's y'all's occupancy? I mean, how full is the space?
We are 100% occupied.
Okay, so I guess if you'll help me understand, so when we made the initial 200K investment, that was supposed to just be an initial startup investment, and then once it got up on its feet, it would be self-sustaining. So if it's 100% occupied, why is it not self-sustaining? Why does the town need to contribute an additional $100,000 of taxpayer money?
Because the rate that we're charging is not a high-end retail rate. The whole idea with these entrepreneur centers is you have to make it affordable. Otherwise, the entrepreneurs, and when they're starting their business, they'll be scattered everywhere. So to be able to create something where everybody comes under the roof, we keep the rates down low.
So in that office cost example, so not the single desk in the middle, but just a small private office, you said was how much per month?
$850.
And how does that compare to market in the area? Do you know?
I'm not sure. No.
Okay.
How many square feet is it?
150.
Give me a second. I can let you know. But that's an all-in price, though, too. That's electricity. There's that doesn't include common space. I'm sure they get common space.
That's right.
Kitchenette,
Conference
lobby,
rooms.
conference.
Yeah.
You can reserve a conference. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, and then another question I have is, so our typical budget process happens in the spring, and then the new fiscal year goes into effect July 1st. But this request is for $100,000 now, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right. And I think I can take that. It's basically was confusion over the budget process. and the thought that it was just already baked into our budget, and it wasn't. The 200,000, I believe, Mr. Demore can check me on this, but was probably set aside at the beginning because it was in the economic development strategy to create or nurture or fund some sort of physical space for collaborators. So y'all were able to come up with that 200,000, and it just did not come to us, the 100,000, during the normal budget process, which would have been like this time last year. And so that's why there's a mid-year ask.
So all right. So I guess my follow up on that. So will the ask be another $100,000 next year, the year after?
So
I,
there
'cause
are
at some point we can't
understand. Yeah,
do $100,000 a year.
there are things happening in the background about the long-term viability of this space. As y'all probably know, it's owned by a real estate investment trust from out of town.
About to ask you.
And there is some kind of machinations going on right now for it to
somewhat.
So there's some figuring out going on to try to keep it operational here in Mount Pleasant, but there's sort of things we can't discuss in open session right now. So I know your question is how long is the ask going to continue? We're talking with a lot of different economic development partners across the state and the region to sort of disperse whatever sort of funding may be asked for a long-term ask. But
well, can I ask what? So the Harbor Harbor Entrepreneur Center leases the space from the out of town company, and they essentially sublease.
I believe, Grady, if I'm not wrong, that you guys are sublessees to Citigroup, right? Mm-hmm. Citigroup is a lessee to the REIT, and so these guys are like third down the ladder. So
there's a lot of people getting paid off this.
I guess
so,
yes. Theoretically, Citigroup has been,
every middleman is taking their cut out of it.
Well, that's part of what we're trying to do. The harbor and some of their partners on securing the property long term. And Grady, you tell me if I'm speaking out of turn here, but Citigroup is on the hook for that lease after they purchased Automated Trading Desk, and so they have to pay that lease regardless. And sort of, if you kind of think back to when we initially decided to fund this space, it was a ginormous building with an empty parking lot. So it's really kind of serving better now than it was before. But yeah, there's a lot of lease and red tape.
I do believe that was during pandemic times, though. It was not pre-pandemic.
It's been about 20 years, actually.
In this space?
That they purchased it from Citigroup.
Oh, that they purchased. I was talking about that we invested in Harbor Entrepreneur.
We invested in 2023, I think.
Yeah, so office space has come back quite a bit since then.
In Charleston, yeah, we probably have a lack of it in the region. There are no new projects downtown going on right now. We have a lot entitled in Mount Pleasant.
Correct. And then a lot of employers, required everybody to come back to work, which was part of it as well. So I would like to, if you'll entertain a motion to go into executive session to discuss some of the contractual things that you cannot discuss here.
I'll second. Yeah. I was looking for David. Sorry.
Yeah, I told him I was going to do illegal stuff while he was gone.
I didn't know if it wasn't on the agenda. If we can we do that?
Yes, you can always do an executive session.
Okay, I'll second.
Okay. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I guess I need my. Oh, okay. I need to read mine. Okay.
Do you have one?
I don't have a little.
No votes will be cast.
No votes will be cast. Springing this on me. Already.
Are we good?
We
I would like to make a motion to move the discussion of the Harbor Entrepreneur Center request to full council with no committee recommendation.
Second.
okay. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. Next item is discussion and next steps on the Economic Development Strategic Plan.
Madam Chair, just so you know, we are a little bit behind, so just wanted to know if you want to defer this or just kind of move through it quickly, or
We can defer to next month if you
I'm
want.
good with deferring it.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, that's fine.
All right. All right.
So do you need a motion? To
Do you need a
defer it
motion to defer
next
item 5?
I move to defer item 5 to next month's agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay. All right. If that's it, we'll
Okay.
adjourn.
Adjourn. All right.
Stay on
Perfect.
schedule. Thank you.
I'll hit up the local guy again real quick and just might just say, hey, for real, what's going on? So, let you know.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. We'll wait and see. We'll begin our Health, Recreation, Events Committee meeting for February 3rd. First, next item is approval of minutes from January 6th.
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next item is public comment. I would like to welcome our new Recreation Director, TJ Roston. Great to have you here today. So I just want to make sure everybody in the room knows that we have a new director. Did anyone have any public comment for the committee?
My name is Lisa Schnipke. I live at 185 Mossy Oak Way here in Mount Pleasant. I see that you have the topic of the possibility of considering a new Jones Facility Center. I actually live near there. I do not support building a new building like that. I think that we have a great rec department, and I appreciate everything they do. In May of 22, we had 29 fields here. We currently have operating costs of $9.5 million, and 10% of that budget for the rec department comes out of our general fund operating expenditures. In comparison, the two departments of Plan and EDS, they have a combined total of $7.9 million. And those two departments are giving us essential services such as permitting, business license, stormwater management, water quality, and those things we have to make sure that we provide to everybody in town. The rec departments are additionally the $50 million bond that we had on the new park. That will increase our operating expenses for this department, and even the community arts center that's been proposed. So I just hope that we could make sure that we're not overthinking just those things for the rec department and with a new building. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Yes, thank you. Daniel Brownstein, 1391 Downsbury Drive. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I really appreciate you guys putting the Jones Center on the agenda. It's obviously not something that we need to make a decision about today, but I do think it's wise for us to consider the future of that center. It was built in 1991. I think many of us have been in there. It's showing its age. We're also hearing from the high schools that they may not have all of the facilities that they need. And so I think there's an opportunity with the Jones Center being used by Bell Hall Elementary, with some of the problems or growing pains that we're experiencing with the high school, particularly with the swim teams, that it's important for us to have a long-term vision for what that center should be in the future. It's obviously not something that's going to be, bulldozed and rebuilt in 3 years. This is a much longer process than that. I know on the education committee, we are going to start some discussions with CCSD and see if they would be willing to partner with us on a Jones Center project. Those discussions will probably kick off next month. But again, do appreciate you guys starting that discussion today. I don't think it's anything that needs to be decided in this morning's meeting, but it's an important conversation, I think, for us to start to have here at council and with the greater community and CCSD. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
I just wanted to point out that, the Jones Center has been there for a long time. We have a skateboard facility behind there now that's open to the public. I went over there the other day, and we got a lot of kids out there skateboarding, which is great. That means they're off the streets and they're doing something, which I think is fantastic. Not only that, but we have the water program that we do there, that we teach kids how to swim in the pool. And when I went over there to check that out, there must have been 10 different groups of kids that were learning how to swim. And so, that facility is really a great facility. I think it's served us well, and so hopefully we can keep it up.
Okay. All right. Do we have any other citizens for public comment? Okay. Looks like none. So we'll move on to item 4, update on the Recreation Advisory Commission.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So we had our initial meeting January 14th with our Recreation Advisory Commission. As you well know, we have 7 members. 5 new members and 2 holdovers. We selected a chair, Mr. Chad Isom, and then our co-chair is Mr. Greer Hanma. So we met with them, more of an introductory meeting, explain them a little bit about what our department does, what we're all about, and we will be meeting quarterly with our next meeting on March 18th at 2 o'clock. So as we get closer to that meeting, I think it'll be a good idea for us to kind of decide what direction we want the commission to take and what tasks we'd like for them to look at in the future.
Okay. Any comments or suggestions? So we do have until March to sort of get an agenda together for them and a direction. Okay.
Yes.
Correct.
In here?
Yes, sir. It's upstairs.
Okay. Good.
Yes,
I was
Mr.
gonna
Hammond.
say, so in that initial meeting, did the commission members express any particular things that they think should be discussed, or did that get into it? Okay.
Getting to know them, them getting to know us. We did provide them with the final report from last year, so they're reviewing that as we speak. So I'm sure more discussion and ideas will spawn from that.
Okay, gotcha. Because it's great, and I do think we should have more discussions at maybe next month's meeting and be thinking about that ahead of time. But then also to me, part of the reason of having the commission is things that we might not think about or we might not see that they're hearing from people or their kids are in different places or whatever. And so anyway, part of it is obviously having them tell us things that are not on our radar as well. So.
And based off the introductions and the small conversation we have a group that's very broad in the aspects of recreation that they're kind of into. So I think we have a good group of people that can kind of cover the whole gamut of recreation, from sports to arts, swimming, cycling, the whole nine.
Yeah, that's great. Okay.
I know when we put the concept together to extend that recreation commission, we said they should meet at a minimum quarterly, but they've come up on their own that quarterly is sufficient enough for them to meet.
That's the standard we set at the last meeting. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just want to make sure they didn't have ideas to meet more often. Okay, if there's nothing else, thank you. We'll go on to the initial discussion as a result of the town council retreat to explore the R.L. Jones Center facility.
Before we kind of get to that, Madam Chairman, I'd like to just kind of go over the comprehensive repair that we are planning on doing as we speak, and kind of give you an overview of the slide and show you kind of what it's going to look like a little bit. Obviously, we've already done some aspects of the project with replacing the gym floor and the lighting and a new dehumidification and temperature control system in the pool. But the main focus for the new aspects of the project are going to be for employee safety and better serving our public. I'm sure you're very well aware of the setup at the Jones Center. It's kind of a lot going on in the foyer there, and our staff is in an office area that's wide open. So staff security is a big portion of what this project's going to entail. So you can see here in these photos is what it currently looks like. Obviously, going to renovate that, make it up to date a little more to better serve our customers. This gives you kind of an idea of what it may look like. So in the back right corner would be where our customer service representatives are. Kind of gives them a better idea of kind of seeing folks come in, not having everything going on around them in the middle of the foyer. Just gives us kind of a better look. If you could tell here up at the top, those are some sound panels. It gets very loud in the foyer as well as the gymnasium, so adding some of that to maybe help a little bit. Then you can kind of see the floor plan here, the layout. The room to the left, which was the original front desk, will now turn into a conference room. And our conference room will be somewhat illuminated to accommodate for a new office space as well as the new customer representative area. And we're also going to be adding an ADA family restroom currently where our vending machines are in front of our men's and women's locker rooms as we speak. So those are kind of the updates. I think it'll be a lot more inviting to the citizens that come in. The Jones Center is probably one of our most popular facilities recreation-wise. So just being able to provide a better customer service for folks should be pretty cool. You have any questions?
No, I think it's a great idea. It's well needed. It's like you said, it's got some age to it. I remember going over there when my kids were young, right, Jake?
Oh yeah.
So anyhow, I think it's great. Thanks.
One of the issues that I know, aside from the sound in the gymnasium, is that there are quite frequently, actually, especially in the morning times, the gym floor becomes wet because of just moisture in the air or whatever. I mean, is that something that the HVAC replacement would take care of? And if you can't answer that right now, that's fine. You can get back to me. But
it was done prior to me getting here. I would assume that would be kind of one of the reasons for the dehumidifier was actually in the pool area.
Yeah.
But the new gym floor has been put in.
Yeah.
So I haven't been informed of any issues as we speak, but we can certainly keep an eye on it.
Just kind of a common ongoing issue. So I don't know that anybody would inform just because it's probably an issue of HVAC. But yeah, so and then also I'm excited about the security measures, particularly for our kids programs. So Kids Grow and those programs will now be behind a like a security button, or I don't know what those things are called. Like a lock. The doors will be locked and yeah. Okay. All right. So so I'm excited about that. So yeah, so those are just my thoughts on the current facility. As far as potentially building a new facility, I've been talking to a number of people about just kind of thinking very long term about recreation projects, and I think the biggest thing that comes up to me that won't be addressed at the new Rifle Range Road Park is aquatics. Is the biggest one, and so I think setting I don't know if Jones Center is the right place necessarily, but I think setting a goal of a third aquatic center in the middle of town at some point. Again, I'm thinking very long term, 10 to 15 years, something like that. But just kind of starting to research the possibilities, or I don't know what properties we do own, or whatever. I think when I talk to people, again, that's the number one thing that comes up that's not already being addressed by the items on our recreation referendum that are currently in design or being built. So anyway, that's just my thoughts on that.
I did wonder the size of the property, how much room there is to expand rather than, if there's a way to expand rather than tear down the whole building. We're about to spend what, $2.5 million? Is that what's budgeted so far on a building? I'd hate to tear that down after we've spent that money. But is the property big enough to expand rather than start from scratch?
Well, we'd have to determine a list of elements. I think when I hear pool,
Yeah.
I hear a 50-meter pool, and perhaps where does a therapy pool that's been in our CIP fit in? Does it not? If you were willing and wanted to, we could budget in the new year for a sort of a simple, to get some work on meets and bounds. Will something like this fit? Will it not? Like a bubble diagram of how it could be shaped on that property. We could go that far just to see if it's feasible to do something like that. If you'd like that, and we can program it into our budget for next year, do that preliminary work even before it arrived as a CIP item.
Mm-hmm. Would you, anyone interested in
I
seeing
would be
that?
fine with that. My understanding on that parcel, the biggest problem is parking, and that directly goes into how much space there is for any sort of expansion.
Yeah, when I look at it, there seems to be a lot of green space buffer around it. I don't know if that's required, but it seems like there's maybe some room for some parking. I just don't know if it'd be enough for what we're talking about to expand on that one site. But it would be interesting to see. I mean, ran through my mind, the gym at Rifle Range, would those funds be better spent on an existing site? Would it be cheaper where we already have infrastructure than to start from scratch? But, that was just my thought process, to at least see what would fit there.
Yeah, and I'm not aware of if long term the idea was to enhance aquatics somewhere in the middle of town. I'm not familiar with another
piece of parcel,
sizable piece of property in that area that could do that. And so, I'm curious whether that property could handle something like that,
like expanding like if you were
the footprint.
Expand it and you do a longer pool or something there.
Yeah.
So I think it's always good to have kind of the long term goals of where we would go in 10 to 15 years, and I think we kind of have always had that. But then when the recreation referendum passed, a lot of those lofty projects that seemed 15 years away were then able to get funding. And so now it's just kind of like, well, what is the next thing? And I think a lot of our facilities are pretty complete. It's just the one thing I hear, so, or will be complete.
Okay.
I love the Jones Center because it does have a lot of opportunities for us, skateboarding, things like that. You got ball fields out there. You got the pool. So for me, I think it's a great opportunity. And we have some more land out there as well. So if we need to expand, we can do that.
Okay.
Madam Chair, would you like for us to say program in the next year budget a few dollars to
do a very simple bubble
Yes,
diagram.
just a kind of a
confessional.
conceptual plan of what might fit there, just to see if it's a reasonable location for anything.
Do you need that in a motion? Or?
No, we'll bring it back to you
Okay.
in the budget review.
Okay, perfect.
Well, also, one of the good things is it has a lot of exits and entrances to that facility there. So the traffic is not real bad, because when I go over there, I can go in different places or leave in different places. It depends on what's going on. And each of them have a stoplight. So I like that as well.
Okay. All right. Anything else from the committee? Okay. Okay. I guess we'll move on to item 6, program projects updates. This is always exciting to hear where we are.
Yeah, so to give you a little bit update on where we are and kind of where we're going. So we are finishing up our winter sports, moving into spring. As you see in front of you, we have our spring numbers here for our youth sports, which, as you can tell, are getting back to where they were back before dreaded COVID. Our numbers are rising, so that's always a good thing. Folks are engaging in our department in different activities. So for the most part, all of our numbers are up. You might see a few that may be 1 or 2 below where they were last year, but seeing those numbers go up is a very good thing. We do have a few of our community events coming up. The Sweetgrass Half Marathon will be here in a couple of weeks, and our summer brochure will be coming out here very shortly. I know we just finished the deadline on that last week, so that should be coming out here really quickly. So, does anybody have any questions kind of on our numbers, anything that we have going on before we get into our project update with a few projects we have going on?
Mr. Wing?
I just have a little bit of a feedback and kind of something for you to dig into, if you don't mind. Is that so? I know that our youth sports numbers are really, really good as they're little, and then as the ages kind of get higher, kids tend to specialize or not do sports anymore or whatever, and the numbers kind of dwindle. And so I've heard feedback from parents whose kids are kind of in that middle school to early high school age, and they're not doing a high school team, but they still want to stay involved. And things like youth soccer, for instance, once you get to a certain age, I can't remember what it is, maybe 13 or 12, 13, something like that. Like there's no girls soccer, like it's just co-ed soccer because there's not enough girls. And that happens in other sports as well. And so, especially Mr. Rawson, with you coming from North Charleston, I don't know if there's avenues to explore and partner with like the city of Charleston and the city of North Charleston to say, all right, if we can just get 1 or 2 girls soccer teams of that age, and if they could get 1 or 2 or whatever, and so that way you can kind of create a league rather than all the girls drop out because they don't want to play, they're 15, they don't want to play with boys. And so anyway, that's just a small example, but in thinking of other sports at that ages that kind of tend to start to dwindle is how can we bridge that gap by partnering with our surrounding municipalities and, kind of creating a league between three or four municipalities. So anyway, that's just a thought.
Yeah, that's a concept that is definitely used in the area. I know in the fall time that there will be some teams that we play fall baseball, but it can't happen in all sports. Obviously, we're at the mercy of those that register with us to make sure we have enough to form a team, but certainly an option we can look at across the country.
Yeah, so I just think that that one example is kind of a thing where you don't get a lot of people in that age, or girls especially, because they don't want to play the co-ed. But then if there was an offering where it was just girls that could be partnered with other, I think you'd get a lot more. Again, maybe not enough for a full league, but anyway, just a thought.
Thank you.
All right.
We'll certainly look into it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything else? Okay. Next.
Okay, just to give you some small updates on our recreation projects. Our Carrion School project just started here a few weeks ago. Edifice is our general contractor. The site's being prepped as we speak, and substantial completion date is July 17th, barring obviously weather issues we may have during the springtime. Our Park West pool renovation project is moving along. Some of the items that they're doing now, the epoxy floors were installed, the new dye blocks and overhead lights have been completed, and now they're getting to the locker rooms and restroom areas and the storefront. We don't have an update on the completion date of that yet. I know that my staff, as well as procurement, has been working with the general contractor to get a new completion date, but we've not Bugsy Kerr Tennis Center, staff and myself are evaluating the submittals from the general contractors. Those are due this Friday, and then we will select a general contractor in mid-February. You have any questions?
Any questions?
No. I do. I talked to the mayor over on Isle of Palms again about us doing a triathlon again like we did before, and he was very encouraging about that. So that's one thing that I want to be working on. Hopefully, towards the fall.
Oh yes, Mr.
Is the Cario, the baseball field that's going at Cario, is that grass or turf?
Artificial turf.
It is artificial turf. Okay. Will that be? I think that will be our first artificial turf surface.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Do we have any updates on the art center? Do you know? You may not have had time to check on that, on how that's coming along.
I do not have any updates on the art center.
Yeah.
But I have been speaking with Matt Brady, and there is a similar one in Columbia that actually I have to be in Columbia on Thursday, so I'm going to scoot by and take a look at it.
Oh, good.
See if we can bring back some ideas for the one that we want to do here as well.
Oh, yeah, that sounds good. All right. No other questions? No, okay. I guess we'll adjourn. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. My middle school humor never.
I know. I never love you.
Hey, I mentioned
Or
that.
your dad jokes. I can fit in both categories.
Hey, I don't-
All right, it is 12:15. We will call the Finance Committee meeting to order. Second thing on the agenda is the approval of minutes from the January 6, 2025 meeting.
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And the motion carries unanimously. Number 3 on the agenda is public comment. Is there anybody here from the public who would like to make a comment? Going once. Oh, okay. I see a couple.
Yeah, my name is David.
Better get up here.
Yeah, my name is David Quick, 1502 Village Square. I just want to tell you guys, I'm very appreciative that you are going to continue discussion of undergrounding utility lines. As we have all witnessed in the past 6 months, a lot of severe pruning. Seems like it's worse than it has been before. It makes me think back when I first moved here and started working for the Post Courier. Was in covering Mount Pleasant. There was a lot of conversation about protecting our scenic roadways, notably Long Point and Mathis Ferry and McCants, and I think that especially if we don't want to do all of them, at least going after those scenic roadways. There's nothing quite as wonderful as a old southern road that's got the tree canopies over. It's a special experience whether you're walking or running or biking, to have a tree canopy over a roadway, and that has been severely impacted. I think there are some opportunities still. Someone reached out to me and told who works for the federal government and said that the Broadband Equity Act would also perhaps have some money for burying fiber optics for the other utilities other than the electrical. So I think there's a lot of opportunities here to look into this and hopefully possibly use some of the franchise fee that we all pay to start knocking off. We all have to do it all at one time, but if we can prioritize certain areas. So I appreciate you all continuing the conversation on this.
Thank you.
Mike Tinkey, 208 Venning Street. If you go back to the Revolutionary times and periods in our history between the Revolutionary War, the Civil War, the different wars, etc., these were periods of massive deforestation throughout the South. But the one place that it wasn't was the roadways, because that was the place that was saved. There wasn't electricity there at the time. So really, it's now in the 20th century that deforestation is happening in the last remaining area where we have these old homes and these old houses and these old businesses, etc. So it's incumbent upon us, because it's the vestige of our history going back to the beginning of time here in European civilization. So I know it's a thorny issue, but it's important that we look at it very carefully, and I appreciate your looking at it. Second, on the town council discussion of sponsorship, less is more, but I think there should be some serious look at sponsorship. These are non-revenue producing departments, and there could be really high quality companies that are really some of the well thought of companies in town that would love to be supportive of health and wellness and our fields and our tennis courts and all the rest. So it's not something that will be decided overnight, but I think it's important to look at that. I appreciate y'all putting it on the agenda after the retreat. So back to the trees on the undergrounding, I think it's important to look at best practices all over the country. We're not the first, we won't be the last, but there's got to be great practices that if we are intentional about it. I agree with David, this is a generational issue or a multi-generational issue. So it's something that we can plan. As I've said to y'all before, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The next best time is now, and let's save the ones we have. Thank you.
Is there any?
John Akfana, 388 Overseer Place. Tyler, welcome, by the way. Thank you. The undergrounding, yes, I know Mr. Rambo and I were very involved with Hobcall and Hobcall and the Groves, and happy to have those discussions with anybody. And I know that maybe we should look into Hobcall a little bit more and see what their answer was, as they seem to be very involved with wanting to underground, although very expensive. Also on the sponsorship of fields, I know that Cary, North Carolina, for example, they have a complex called Wake Med. I believe they get about $500,000 a year in that sponsorship. We certainly don't want to ask all of staff to put Coca-Cola tattoos or anything all over them for money, but you can definitely see that we can keep things like Sherwood's Flowers Fields. We want to respect that, but I call it Patriots Point Fields personally, and the tennis courts I call Whipple tennis courts. So I think there's an opportunity to gain some money to help bring down those expenses or to expand on our recreation as well. So I appreciate you all putting that on the agenda. Thank you.
All right. Is there anybody else for public comment? Going once, going twice. Okay. With that, we will move on to item number 4, employee years of service.
Hi. I have the honor of recognizing Tracy Frazier today for 5 years of service as one of our business license technicians. She is part of the backbone of our amazing business license team, and she basically deals with our residents frontline day in, day out. Her customer service skills are amazing. She understands our ordinance so well. She understands the calculation. She can really explain it to them at a level that they understand. So thank you for 5 years of service, and we hope for many more.
All right. Thank you very much. On to item number 5, recommendation on acceptance of a police vehicle, donation.
Yes, per the town's procurement regulations, the appropriate committee is required to make a recommendation to town council on the acceptance of any donation or contribution whose value is greater than $10,000. And Galena Automotive Group is proposing a donation of a police Dodge Charger in the amount of $36,648.
Move to approve, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Does anybody have any discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Chapman.
What kind of vehicles do we have within our within the town?
We predominantly have Ford vehicles. SUVs are the officer vehicles. This is most likely going to be a detective supervisor car.
I'm only asking because of maintenance.
Correct.
And maintenance with how many of those type of vehicles do we have?
We don't have that many Dodge, but I have checked with our fleet manager. He says that they are fully capable of maintaining these vehicles as we
Okay.
get them donated.
I was simply asking
Yes.
in terms of what we have and difficulty, if there is any, of maintenance. And
Correct.
What I'm hearing, there is none.
There
So
isn't.
thank you.
You're welcome.
What was the orientate, or how did this come about? Did they reach out, or?
I'm actually not sure.
Awesome. Okay, cool. Does anybody have any other questions or comments? Okay. There was already a motion. Correct. Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And the motion carries unanimously. On to item number 6, initial discussion as a result of the town council retreat to discuss the undergrounding of utility lines.
Yeah, you want to. So to set the stage, Christiane worked predominantly, as you know, in our efforts with the undergrounding. Thanks to council support, presented a plan with some cost estimates to 2 neighborhoods in town. I think that gave a pretty good feel for what that could be in other neighborhoods in terms of cost. But here today from the retreat to gather more information, see exactly how you'd like to pursue this. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, we actually have kind of a couple of different areas where we work on undergrounding. we have the non-standard service fund. Most of y'all are familiar with that. We've been able to do a lot of work on Coleman Boulevard. That is how the lines were actually placed underground that are on the bridge, located on the Shim Creek Bridge. And then we have proceeded with Mathis Ferry. We've been able to accomplish 2 phases of Mathis Ferry with that. We've got a 3rd phase that we have been waiting on for quite some time. It's over 2 years that we've been waiting on Dominion to proceed with that. But that is our next public project that we are ready to move forward with when they are ready. And that, just as a matter of information, based on the numbers that we were provided over 2 years ago, is a $2 million project. So, and that gets us from Muirhead basically up to Wingo Way and Grands Street.
To that intersection.
It takes it all the way up Grands.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, and a little piece on Wingo Way. Anyway, currently we have about $4.8 million in that particular account. Obviously, when this work does proceed, that will reduce that amount, but of course we replenish that every year through that agreement. Several of y'all, switching gears a little bit though here, several of y'all are familiar with the work that we did do with Hobcaw in the Groves. It was a couple of years ago that council asked us to begin working with Dominion to have studies done of both of those both of those neighborhoods. We as a town agreed to pay for those studies. And you asked about that cost the other day, Mr. Rambo. It ended up being, initially it was going to be a $60,000 expense for each neighborhood. Ended up not being that much. We paid about $16,000 per neighborhood to get those estimates. But we've had those estimates for a while. We have shared those back with both neighborhoods. Hobcaw did have a few follow-up questions, but neither one have proceeded in any way, wanting to move forward. But for your information, with each of these, the Hobcaw neighborhood, which is 396 customers, would be an approximate $3.3 million to accomplish. Dominion has advised us that number's a little bit dated, so we would expect that it might be a little bit higher than that now. And then the Groves, actually, even though it has far fewer customers at 229, is much more expensive at $3.9 million. So in terms of average per person or average per household, and that is primarily because it is coming straight off of the transmission lines, and there's a lot more work that has to be put into in order to handle that amount of power that's coming straight into the neighborhood. So those numbers were shared with each neighborhood. Let them know too that it would end up being, for the Groves, for example, it would be a 10-year let me back up. The thought was to create a special fee district. So just those neighborhoods would be charged these prices, the 3.3 and then the 3.9. And so in order to do that, it was going to end up being about 107% increase for all the customers in the Groves for a period of 10 years. For the folks in Hobcaw, it was going to be a 53% increase on their bills for a period of 10 years. There's a process that we have to go through town council does with these neighborhoods, with Dominion, in order to establish this special fee district. And so we have not initiated that since we have not had any word back from the neighborhoods that they were ready to pursue or ready to possibly start pursuing that.
Can you talk about that process for how that would be established?
Yes. So, well, as you know, they have the information. Neither one of these neighborhoods really has a formal HOA. So there were point people in both of them that we shared the information with. And so the first steps that would be is once we would need to receive a letter of intent back from the neighborhood that they would like to proceed with that. Once we receive that letter of intent, you all would need to adopt a resolution. And that resolution would outline a couple of things. First of all, it would require a neighborhood petition, a formal petition, where we would get a certain percentage of the neighbors would come on and say that I agree, I want to participate in this. We would establish a timeline for it, and then the general financial obligations in terms of, were we going to contribute, we as a town going to contribute anything? Would there be any contributions from Dominion, or would this be solely the neighborhood. Once that resolution is adopted, then the petition would be sent out. We would require signatures and addresses. Staff discusses with Dominion. In order to proceed to the next step, we would probably want about 80% of the neighborhood to sign off on this petition and to give us some sort of assurance before we actually started the work to get the true estimates and the easements and things like that. So that would we'd have a time frame with that, probably about 3 to 6 months. Once we receive the petitions, then Dominion would begin working on the easements. And the easements, I think y'all are aware, because we've talked about this before, how complicated those can be, because it would require on a certain number of properties the easements for the switchgear boxes, some of which are quite large. And so those would have to be, people are not compensated for those, so they would have to grant that easement. And I think I wrote somewhere in here how many it was going to be for each neighborhood. I think it was 6 in Hopka and 11 in the Groves. Neighbors would be impacted by these switch gears. Once Dominion proceeds with that easement, they will not proceed with any work until there is 100% approval. They've acquired 100% of the easements in the neighborhood. If they don't have that, they're not going to proceed with the project. So Dominion also suggested to us that we would give if we wanted to get to this point, and the neighborhood wanted to get to this point, that we would give a certain amount of time frame in order to get compliance, because otherwise we're kind of just sitting in limbo, as they have seen in a couple of neighborhoods in Charleston where they have not been able to get all the easements, and so they have not been able to move forward with the project. If all the easements were required and everything that was in that initial resolution was accomplished, then we would come back to you all to adopt an ordinance to establish that special fee district. And as I mentioned a second ago, it would be a 10-year requirement in order to pay for the project.
And that 10-year requirement, meaning it would be on their electric bills for 10 years. That increase, whatever that amount ended up being.
Yes, and it's they gave us, as I said, 53% increase for the customers in Hopka, 107% increase. So there's not necessarily a set dollar amount, because of course everybody uses different amounts of electricity, and so it's really based on your usage, but it would end up increasing by a percentage.
Oh, so really it's not a base fee they're adding to the bill per home. They're just increasing the overall charge for power in those neighborhoods for 10 years.
This was the information that Dominion provided us. So that it is based on the usage of that particular
and
home.
those would, that in that 10-year period, if the house was sold or whatever, just the new owners continue to be responsible for paying that.
That's right.
Okay. All right. So does anybody have questions?
Yes.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chapman.
How much are we now contributing from our franchise fee for things like Mathis Ferry Road undergrounding? How much are we already contributing out of our budget each year from the franchise fee
annually?
Sorry. Could you speak up, please, Gina?
Sorry. It's between 500 and 600,000 a year
That we receive
that
from
we contribute.
Yeah, well, I know, but
Yes.
we receive from Dominion.
Correct.
And we
And we
use that
match.
much each year out of our budget for the underground wiring that we're already doing. Is that correct?
Correct.
Correct. We have the current balance of 4.8 million. So when we do proceed finally with this phase 3 of Mathis Ferry, that particular cost, which is estimated to be $2.2 million, will come out of that.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Chapman, I think it's important. There's a structure of how the financial mechanics work when dealing with the non-standard service provision of the Dominion contract. So, and by the way, Mount Pleasant was the first to ever do this. We've had the most success of any community in South Carolina. Dominion representatives and SCE&G before that will confirm that. Roughly, it's $100 million a year gross
is what Dominion gets and charges. They're required through this provision called non-standard service in the franchise agreement that 1% of it is made available for these types of non-standard projects, which undergrounding is. But that doesn't actually equate to real money. It reserves an amount of money. So that 1%, say it's $1 million for easy math on 100 million, that's 500,000 for Dominion, that's 500,000 for the town. But that's not money we receive in a check just for that purpose. What we have to do if we want to participate in this program is then we have to turn around after receiving the money and allocate those funds for a particular project. And then there's a 5-year clock, and it rolls off at the end of 5 years. So when the CFO mentions between 500,000 and 600,000, that is not a separate check from Dominion. That is money. It's after it's gone into the general fund that you appropriate through the budget process separately in a line item that we put towards the underground. I think there is typically a misconception that this is an amount of money that comes from Dominion as part of this, and that's not how it operates. As we discussed this further, I felt it was important to make sure everybody knew exactly how the mechanics work.
Thank you.
So just to follow up on that, so we receive from the franchise fee from Dominion about how much per year?
5%. So it equates to about, I want to say 5 to 6 million.
5 to 6 million a year in the franchise fee, and of that, we are choosing to allocate 500 to 600K a year to this program, and then the rest is able to go into our unrestricted general fund that pays for police officer, firefighter salaries, those types of things.
Yes, like all utilities.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
as you know, you're well aware, all utilities pay the town of Mount Pleasant a franchise fee to compensate the citizens of the community to use the citizens' land or right of way.
Okay.
And this money goes in to lower the overall taxation on the citizens.
Yes.
And then the mechanics work on from there.
Correct. Well, I've been talking a lot. Who
Okay.
else would like to have
Yeah,
a-
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So it sounds like to me that there's two pain points when it comes to burying power lines. The first being the financial aspect of it's a very costly endeavor. The second seems like it's an easement issue, and that one person, this is Dominion's policy, one person could say, I'm not going to let you use my land, and that would potentially kill the entire project or a portion of the project. So my thought is that, I haven't been shy that I don't think that we are doing enough. I know we are doing some things to bury power lines here. It sounds like we have more success on roadways like Mathis Ferry, and less success when it comes to neighborhoods that have overhead power lines. I think that by mentioning Hobcaw and the Groves, I think kind of illustrates the fundamental problem is if we are not subsidizing it at all as a town and putting it on the backs of those few customers, that it becomes just too expensive for them to buy in. I think that's evident that in that we gave them the studies and we haven't heard back, and there really doesn't seem to be much forward movement in that regard. So from my perspective, I've seen a community that used its franchise fees to bury power lines, and that would be Hilton Head. It took 20 years, and I can't remember off the top of my head, I think $30 million or something like that. We know that approach worked for them. My thought is, why won't that approach work for us? $5 million a year, presuming you could get Dominion to be a willing partner in this, and maybe work on them a little bit on their policy related to the easements. It seems like that would be a viable path forward, other than the fact that we deposit that $5 million in our general fund and it goes to all these different uses, police, fire, roads. I know that this committee and council last year raised the fees on building permits and development fees. Curious, as we're headed into the budget season, how much does that equate to in terms of extra revenue for our general fund moving forward?
We are still kind of in the process of looking at all of the revenues right now. We're early in the budgeting process, so we don't have the full amount of what those changes equated to last year, but we'll have that for you once it comes to budget season.
Okay. So I think my underlying point is we have a lot of different revenue sources that go into the general fund, some of which have been raised over the past year. I think it's worth us looking at as a finance committee or a budget committee to maybe see if we can allocate more from our franchise fees towards these undergrounding efforts. It doesn't have to be an all or nothing. I think that we could perhaps phase it in over time. I just think that without us setting this as a goal, we're kind of spinning our tires in the mud, and that it's never going to be a reality for the town of Mount Pleasant if we don't have some guiding principle that says we want to be a community that is progressive in the sense that we want to save our trees, we want to become more resilient for hurricanes, and so to do that, we believe it's important for us to bury power lines, and I don't think that message has come out of the town council to this point. And so I'm grateful that we're talking about it. It's obviously a complex issue, and it's going to take a lot of time and a lot of different people working on it. I think this is just the first step. I really do think that we need to put our money where our mouth is when it comes to burying power lines and utilizing at least a portion of the franchise fee and perhaps subsidizing some of those neighborhoods that are willing to take the plunge would be a worthy endeavor for us. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
If I may follow up with a question for you, Mr. Brownstein, I guess the issue is what department or where are you going to pull that money from? And the new fees and stuff, which will go to the planning department, I mean, it's very minuscule in comparison to the amount of money that we're talking about in this pool. And so it's not like some special revenue source. I mean, it's going to the general fund, which again, police officers, firefighters, our public services. And so our core functions of government. So if you raid that pot of money to do these special projects, you're going to have to make that up somewhere else, whether you're talking about cutting staff or you're talking about raising taxes. It's not a small amount of money. So I guess my question to you would be, I love everything that you said, except for the fact that where is that money? How is that money going to be made up somewhere else?
Yes,
Is the question.
Yeah, it's a good question, and I don't think we know the answer to that because we don't understand the total financial picture of how much this is going to cost and how you could phase it over time. So I think it's something for us to look at. I wish I could just say, hey, let's cut X, Y, and Z, but we all know it's more complicated than that. And so that's why, just in general, I'm grateful that we're having this conversation. And, we've got a reassessment coming up later this year as well. So I think we need to examine all of these things and see if there is a workable solution. And I don't think it's something that, we want to say, hey, we're just going to shift this franchise fee in year one and take that out of the general fund. I don't think that would be responsible. I think we could look for a more gradual approach. But I'm just hoping that as these conversations progress, that we clearly state what our goal is with respect to burying power lines.
Go ahead, sorry, I thought he raised his hand, but go ahead, Mr. Chapman.
Unfortunately, I think the message has gotten out because of this being on our agenda that we're not doing underground wiring. And I think what needs to come out of this meeting is that we are doing underground wiring. And right now, we're doing what we have the funds to do. I think it's a good goal to work towards more, but I don't want to do it at the expense of other departments, and I don't want to do it at the expense of cramming this down a neighborhood's throat, where we've already gotten some pushback about having easements in front of somebody's house. Now, I personally don't care about having the transformer in my yard because I already do. It's in my backyard. It's no big deal. But I think what's happened is the word has gotten out we're not doing underground wiring. And not only are we doing it, but right now we're doing it where we can do it. So maybe we can work towards something a little more, but I certainly don't want to do it at the expense of our public safety and our public services agencies.
Mr. Sanders? Good. So the other issue that I just want to kind of dig into a slight bit more is that, so even if we were to, and I know as a town for the 500 or 600K a year that we are putting into it and we are accomplishing projects, we have not gone into neighborhoods with that. We've done commercial corridors, Mathis Ferry, Coleman.
We started with
things
Coleman.
like that. But even with that Mathis Ferry project, that's been sitting there for how long now? I mean, where it's fully funded, ready to go, and we're sitting there waiting on Dominion.
Yeah,
I mean, so it's like
agree.
even if we had, if we just allocated a bunch of money
Yes.
right now.
I agree. To your point about the challenges, I think that is one of the challenges. I went back in this particular agreement I signed in September of 2022.
Yeah.
So we have been waiting for that long for this final phase of Mathis Ferry. I think that we, if perhaps through more conversations or working with Dominion, I realize that sometimes things happen and can cause delays, but the ability to be more aggressive there would probably help us. We need to get the arterial roads straight first before we can even get into the neighborhoods, because it's not very effective if where the power is coming from is still above ground and you've got it underground within the neighborhood. But I think that if we could work to more effective approach with Dominion, because by the time this gets finished, it'll be over 3 years, if it even starts like soon.
Okay. And the other point that I'll make is, I know staff is always going after different grants. We're talking to state and federal, representatives and stuff like that. But obviously, if any grants come across the grant wire that involve this kind of thing, that we're, that we put our name in the hat to actively pursue those.
I've been looking at that, and I actually had a conversation with Danny Cassis. There is something, it's called GRIP, I think. I forgot exactly what the acronym is for that, but it's a federal grant. But they would have to take the lead on that. And, he did take the time to meet with me briefly and explain some of the challenges that can come with that, but it's still there. There's something, I think we can look into it a little bit further. We would probably need a little more information from them about that whole process.
Yeah. So, I mean, it sounds like, even with a lot of these discussions, we're really at the mercy of Dominion, as this is a service that they provide. And they have their own, do they have a board of directors, or what do they have? Yeah, they have their own board of directors, and so anyway. But I do appreciate the discussions, and I'm all about continuing those discussions as well. Does anybody have anything else on this item before we move forward?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We will move on to item number 7, initial discussion to discuss sponsorship of town fields and facilities.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, this simply coming from the retreat, as you know, the primary question is this something that council would like staff to pursue? And if so, we'd be happy to explore it and see what's out there. There has been resistance over several years by council to do this type of wide and grand sponsorship or offering up of sponsorships for public facilities. If council feels differently, we're happy to go out there and see what other communities have done and try to bring you back an adequate model. But that's the question. Is this something you're interested in? Or?
Mr. Chapman?
Mr. Demora, in the past, and I don't know if it's still happening, the fences along Whipple Road and the baseball field that now is part of Lucy Beckham, but I guess we get to use it. Is that still happening? And how much money can you say we were getting from that? Because there was some business use of those spaces for advertising in the past.
Sir, I can't speak to Whipple right now. I'm not prepared with that information, but I do know we offer similar type sponsorships throughout town. As to the value, I'm not sure if our CFO remembers or if our rec director has that number, but it raises a certain amount of money every year. And so that continues to go and go pretty well. We have a pretty strong focus with that. I think what's being discussed is the large sponsorship of facilities. Full.
Yeah.
Like naming the complex.
Naming rights.
I understand that, but I'm thinking that I was curious to how much we're getting out of that now. And if we change to the facility being named, will we lose some of the money we're already getting from those different individual sponsorships that don't have to be a lot, but every one of those helps. And I know when we were building the baseball stadium downtown, that there was a question for that, and the answer came back that putting the advertising on each individual pieces of fence in the outfield, we were better off doing it with that kind of sponsorship. So that's why I was curious to see, because certainly there are businesses that want to have their name out there because maybe their kids are playing on this field, or their people in their company have children playing on these fields. So I'm just curious about that.
Anybody else have any comments?
I'm good.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I do think this is something that we should look into. I know my kids play sports, and we travel around to many different places, including some that have corporate sponsorships, and you really do. When you have kids that do these activities, you really see what the rest of the world has and the rest of our region has in terms of facilities. And I think they're able to deliver high quality facilities probably because of the sponsorship. I know we also have, some pretty big, I don't know if businesses would be the right word, but institutions in our town that may have an interest in it, maybe on brand for a Roper or an MUSC to sponsor a park. And if we're able to bring in some corporate dollars to help either improve the facility or reduce the burden on taxpayers, I think that's something we should at least entertain or at least understand a little bit more when we're making decisions up here. So I do think this is something worth looking into, and I'll let others chime in as to whether they do too. But I see it as a way for us to either improve our facilities or reduce the subsidy from taxpayers.
I agree. I think we ought to look into it as well. I agree with what Daniel was saying, and I think it could really help us out a lot. But instead of just rushing into it, I think we ought to do the research and then come back maybe next time and let us know what we've found out and whether or not it's going to be good for us to do this or to continue doing what we're doing.
Okay.
So correct me if I'm wrong, so our current revenue sources in this are obviously businesses can sponsor individual teams or a team in every league. Like I think Dick's puts a team in every league or whatever. Different businesses do that. And so there's that avenue that we're collecting a decent amount of revenue from. And then there's the we do have the option currently where they can sponsor like or put their banner up at a field or something like that. So really all we're talking about is naming the facility itself because the other sponsorship opportunities already exist. So that to me there's a couple of questions that raises. One, almost all of our town facilities currently have a name on them that are honoring somebody that served the town or served the recreation department. So I don't know how those two things mix. We can't start calling it Coca-Cola Field if it already has somebody's name on it that we've honored with that. Or we haven't, but councils in the past. So I wonder about that. I also I don't know. I have mixed feelings about feeling corporate and corporate driven, and I don't know. But I'm certainly open to exploring that and seeing what other municipalities do and how they rectify those things. So, do we need a motion to explore that, or
No, we're happy to do it. We'll try our very best to get it. Obviously, we couldn't get you the information today. We just had the retreat a couple days ago, but we'll do our best to get it back in 30 days. May need a little longer if the development of the information is more complicated, but happy to do it.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you. And then Ms. Hyatt, if you will put this on recreation agenda too, I think it needs to be kind of a dual thing. Okay. Does anybody have anything else on this item? All right. And number 8 is to adjourn. So we'll stand adjourned. Thank you.
Ooh, that's forceful.
It's okay. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. Hey. Oh, okay. Good. Thanks. Hey, bro.
we're legal, right? All right, good afternoon. Let me call to order the Flood Resilience Committee of Mount Pleasant Town Council. Appreciate everybody being here today. Item number 2 is approval of the minutes of our November 4th meeting.
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
We have a motion to approve and a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Number 3 is public comments. If you have a public comment to make, please come forward, give name and address, and you have 2.5 minutes. Anyone for public comment? None? All right, quiet group today. Item number 4, review of the Green Commission report. This is fantastic.
All right. Good afternoon, Flood Resilience Committee. So I'm Chris Lubert, planner, staff liaison with the Green Commission. And also with us today from the Green Commission, we have Miss Leah Calabello and our chairman, Mr. David Quick. So thank you guys for coming. So for this presentation, I'm just going to briefly highlight some of the accomplishments that we have completed within the short year, 7 months, 14 days. And if you guys have any questions at the end, I'm happy to answer them. So you'll see our first meeting was on June 20th, 2023. And then the July meeting, we adopted our mission statement, which you see before you. And then from there, we are involved in multiple policy implementations, just like the amendment to building practices in flood zone, which is Ordinance 24004. And if you'll recall, this is the ordinance that refers to the slab on grade in special flood zones. Also, you have the environmentally acceptable packaging ordinance 24014, which eliminated that loophole for the thicker plastic handles. And then most recently, the zoning code rewrite, which we're all very familiar with. And then so some projects we've completed. If you recall, Mr. Mayor, the lake at Ben Tatum, the tree planting out there. We also planted Hibbins Street and Miriam Brown for Earth Day last year. We are also partnering and continue to partner with James B. Edwards and East Cooper Cass to grow some sweetgrass for us. And then down at the tree giveaways, we've given away 1,655 trees, and that's across 5 separate tree giveaways. We have staffed multiple events like the Blessing of the Fleet. We've been beneath the oaks with Doug Tallamy and the Native Plant Society back in October 2024. This is only a small sample that I've highlighted, and you'll see within the report that you've been given, it's been a busy year, 7 months and 14 days. So moving forward, this is just basically short term what we're working on right now. We set up a February 24th morning green workshop. And what we're going to do here is prioritize stuff for 2025. How do we want to progress into the new year and get a good agenda for the year? Also, on our February agenda, our normal meeting on the 18th, we're finalizing the tree canopy restoration project, where EDS is going to present also a residential low impact development program that we're looking at. And some upcoming dates to keep on your calendar. We have Plantasia on Saturday, March 29th at the Moultrie Middle School Farmers Market. And that's going to be similar to the native plant sale. There's going to be food trucks, vendors, things like that. And also from 11 to 3, they'll have a plant sale open to the public. We continue to work on growing green community stewardship. We don't have a date set for that, but we're working with the public library out there at Wando Branch to involve homeowners and HOAs and teach them how to be more green, more sustainable. Also, Blessing of the Fleet, we have a Take Root tree giveaway again, which will be giving away 300 trees. That's it for my report. If you guys have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
I'm tired after listening to that.
Me too.
That was how many months? Not even a year, right?
1 year, 7 months.
1 year, 7 months.
Yes, sir.
Committee members? Yes, sir.
I only have one question. I know they're going to be doing some construction work for James B. Edwards coming up. Hopefully none of the trees we planted with them are going to be involved.
Oh, we're aware. We're working to make sure they're not damaged. Or
Okay,
removed.
good. I know how old that school is.
Ms. Hyatt?
I'm just pleased with all the work that's been accomplished, and I'm really excited about the neighborhoods getting involved. I know growing up here, just after Hugo, when you drove back into town, it looked like nuclear holocaust. I mean, the trees were gone. And I feel like all these decades that nobody's taken the time to replant. I know in the neighborhood I grew up in, they've probably planted 4 trees. And so I hope that really makes it out all over town for them to realize it's really important to replant right where they live.
Mr. Rambo?
I just want to say thank you to the Green Commission for all of your hard work, because like you said, Mr. Mayor, I think you put it well. I'm tired after looking at everything they did.
Yeah. Just a quick question. Besides my thanks, and I've tried to meet y'all at as many of those things as I can, and continue to do that. When at the native plant sale, where you and I did the video in the fall, that was the fall native plant sale, I think. We had about the certification that you can get for your yard, which is kind of a more sustainable, more pollinator friendly thing. Is that something that y'all will be doing at other events, or is that kind of focused on that one?
I think we'll be doing again, and John Farrell here, I believe, led that charge with the WDS NWF Federation. So we can certainly put it together and bring it, but that was more of an EDS push.
Yeah, I was just questioning. That wasn't a directive or anything.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if it's a normal thing, and Waterworks is a great partner in this whole movement and things that we're doing. And Councilman Rambo and I sit on that commission, and in summer months, just through the 7,000 plus irrigation meters that are in Mount Pleasant in Waterworks service area, there are tens of millions of gallons of the purest, best drinking water in the world. Our source water, is 2,000 feet below. And so we've got a lot of landscaping, and to see this movement voluntarily without a government directive catching on to just make it contribute more to the environment. It's not radical, it's not crazy, but most people enjoy seeing butterflies and bees and things like that, as opposed to just a dead landscape. And as that continues through that information campaign, it'll be fantastic for the town as well. So thank you. And it's more resilient, by the way, but so we appreciate it. Yes.
When you talk about that, do we get pushback from HOAs when it comes to things like that? Natural, they don't usually like things like that. So I don't know if there's any way we can get with them.
Not yet.
They want everything manicured and not natural, right? So maybe it'll help that campaign to just get that out
I
there.
think it's a matter of scale, and what I'm seeing sort of on a national movement is just take a plot of your lawn and put pollinator friendly things there, and that's the way to sort of ease into this. They're not saying rip your whole lawn out in one thing and then hear from your HOA. Just make a plot. I've done that with mine, and I have an HOA, and I hadn't heard anything. Yeah. So thank y'all. Appreciate it. If there's no more questions, thank y'all very much. I don't think we need to vote to receive the report, do we?
No.
No. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Item number 5, discussion of presentation at the SC7 conference. I just want, since we have been invited again, and I think everybody here was there at Wild Dunes last year. We've been invited to do it again in conjunction with Pickens County, and I think it will be very effective, very good for us. It's in Greenville this year, and so planning to go and do that. I wanted the committee's input. I've asked Mount Pleasant Waterworks, since they are our partner in one of our most vital, both environmental stewardship and resiliency things, and that is our getting septic tanks out of the ground. We put town money towards that, and now they have the septic maintenance program going for those that stay in the ground to not become hazards, and it's actually an insurance policy too, because if your septic system fails, it replaces it for you. Jake, you remember how much that is a month? It's less than $20, isn't it? Like $15 a month? I think it's 15. We've kicked that around, but it's just gone into effect. You can't buy that kind of coverage. But these would be sort of the same themes. the message we got from SC7 is that Mount Pleasant doesn't just discuss resiliency and stewardship, environmental stewardship. We actually make it effective in our policy. So we're not just making noise, we're actually bringing it about and getting community buy-in. I just want to make sure that the committee supports that presentation. There'll be some staff work involved in helping us with that and putting it together, and see if you had any feedback from last year's, from the conference last year. So have at it.
Mayor, the amount of public information that's been put out by, in particular, Post and Courier about our program with septic tanks has been phenomenal. I mean, editorials have been written, and they've now gone to the General Assembly and said, General Assembly, you need to start thinking about directing other governments to do what we did here in the last couple of years in Mount Pleasant. So I think everything that you can talk about at a conference in Greenville will not only look great for us, but it will do good for our General Assembly to see and to use as to why they're going out and creating laws to force people to do that, to keep our streams, our lakes, and our rivers clean.
Right. And not only do we have 3 former members of this body who are in the state legislature now, 2 of them, Mark Smith and Joe Bustos, were the chair of the Water Supply Committee and served as commissioners. And so we've got some influence on the legislature on these things, and Representative Bustos has introduced a bill to greatly curtail the issuance of septic tank permits, at least in environmentally sensitive areas. And so we intend to have an effect. We don't want to just say we're Mount Pleasant, this is what we did. These are other things where we can affect policy at the state level,
right.
And as you just brought up, have a greater effect, and that would be the biggest one, I think.
Right, and as you know, the water comes from the upstate
That's right.
down here. So anything we can do in the upstate to encourage it as well,
yes,
is good for us
right.
as well.
Right. Well, thank you all. We will work on that, and I think they have emailed to everybody about the conference for those who want to go, especially this committee. And we will be working with staff on that presentation. Mr. DeMore, just for your sake, we'll probably use the outline, basically a lot of what we did last year, and maybe add more about the septic maintenance plan in conjunction with Mount Pleasant Waterworks. So I hope y'all can go, Jake, especially in your dual role as a commissioner as well. That'd be super. All right. Is there anything else on that? All right. If there's not, that's item 5. Item 6, there's no further business. This committee will stand adjourned. I'll have to look on my phone. I want to say March. No, wait, it might be April. Oh, that's right. It's over the council meeting. Because I've already asked GM to fill that for me. So it's a council meeting night. But I'll be there anyway, so. Yeah, I got to make the presentation. Yeah. It's the 7th and 8th. It goes into the night. Yeah, I won't be there. It's the 7th and 8th. All right, so we're up for transpo.
I'm out of here.
And we're at 1:15. We're back on schedule.
Good to see everybody.
See you, Jake.
No, keep
See
it.
you guys.
We can get right on track here. Is there one after us, or are we're the last one?
The last.
We're good. Leah, thank y'all so much for everything. I got to start the next meeting, but yeah, walk down. Order of the Transportation Committee meeting for this Monday, February 3rd. And our second order of business is approval of the minutes from the January 6th meeting.
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right. The minutes are approved. Public comments. If you have a public comment, please come forward, give your name and address. And Mr. DeMora will keep track of time. 2.5 minutes, please. Public comment?
Good afternoon. Joseph Rand, Mount Pleasant. As here to complain about traffic, but also going to talk about God, so hopefully that kind of evens out a little bit. But on Sunday mornings, if you're leaving our town and exiting off Long Point Road, you're going to be sitting on the side of the highway. It's not the town's fault. There's two of the largest churches in the state that happen to be right there. But it's not a great situation to be sitting on the side of the interstate, cars whizzing by. So you have time to think. And that exit has 3 lanes. We have one goes to Long Point, 2 that go to the port. I'm guesstimating that less than 5% of the port traffic goes that exit. They're coming eastbound. And I know you have some residential and a couple of businesses there, but I think if we can, a good thought at least would be to look at that middle lane to provide a right turn as well. So the people of Bell Hall would already be in that lane to take the left, the Waffle House, the church members, things like that. I do understand it's a DOT probably issue to approval, but looking forward, especially when the port has their own access easement, it might make a lot of sense to have 2 lanes going that way for a variety of reasons and so forth. But thanks for your time. And the last thing, we all unspeakable pedestrian death right down here at Patriots, and we had Mr. Maggood several years ago, and a lot of them were very similar where the person just didn't see them. And another thought might be that's 2 of our busiest pedestrian crosswalks, is to have the vehicle stop pushed back so you have it in front of the crosswalk. If you see somewhere at different places before where there's a measurable distance between the 2. Might be a thought just to think about, especially on the most pedestrian walkways in town. But thanks for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, next, please. And for those who are wondering, when you have suggestions and observations like that, our dutiful staff is over here writing them down. So.
Hi, Susie Smith. I live on Erkman Drive. And I just have been thinking, we have so many new people moving to our town all the time, and we have our large median lanes that the new people moving in don't know what to do with. They don't know you can get in them but that you're supposed to just sit and wait to move into oncoming traffic. They use them as travel lanes, or they don't use them at all. They're so big and wide. Is it possible to paint some instructions, turn lane or not a travel lane or something, so that these people that are moving in from other areas actually know how to use our roads and use them efficiently to help all the rest of us be able to get along and throughout? So that's just one thing that has come to mind recently as I've been traveling along. So thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Anyone else for public comment? All right, seeing none, we will close that and move to item 4, traffic calming review and recommendations for Center Street and McCants.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and members of committee, we have Sophie Holmes, our staff engineer, that's going to go over these updates. If you recall, this was an initiative that was tasked to our division to look at more cutting edge and sort of additional techniques for traffic calming besides the typical radar feedback signs and speed humps. But Sophie can elaborate more on that.
Great. Thank you, James, and thank you to the Transportation Committee for the opportunity to speak on this. As you'll recall, we've been discussing these 2 streets and traffic calming initiatives over the last year. And so we started this process by collecting some existing conditions data. This map shows the 85th percentile bidirectional speeds at 3 spots on McCants Drive and Center Street, as well as the existing traffic control devices and traffic calming devices. So to address these concerns, we developed a plan in consultation with the SCDOT District 6 engineer. He encouraged us to focus on innovative solutions that are suited to the higher traffic volumes on these roads, so things aside from your standard speed humps. We're proposing a total of 4 intersection improvement locations, including mini roundabouts at the intersections of Center Street at Indian Street and Vision, and at the intersection of McCants Drive and Pocahontas Street. And then we're also proposing radius reduction striping at the intersection of Center Street and Barbara Street and Catherine, and McCants Drive at Farrago and Matoka. So this is an example of what a mini roundabout could look like within McCants and Pocahontas. These mini roundabouts can be developed entirely within the existing footprint of the intersection, so no additional pavement or right-of-way is needed. There will be directional signage, pavement markings, a mountable center island that is designed to be maneuverable for school buses and waste management vehicles. And then we'll also be using reflective raised pavement markers to increase the visibility here. The other improvement that we're proposing is radius reduction striping. And this adjustment narrows lane widths, which creates visual friction to encourage drivers to reduce speeds through this area, as well as making turns. And here we'll also have raised pavement markers. Both of these installations are intended to be temporary, quick build measures that are very cost effective and can really go out relatively quickly with your feedback and consent. And after they're installed, we can test the impact of these measures and compare to the before conditions to determine if it's appropriate to install a more permanent version of these measures. So that's all I have to present.
So if the data is not effective, or if it's more problematic than the problem we were trying to solve, it's not like you've ripped up everything. You can put it right back. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm more. Can we go back to the mini roundabout, Mr. Chapman, with your expertise in this? Just sort of help me understand what's that in the median actually, right in the middle.
Yeah. So I could speak to that. That is a preformed mat that the town actually already has in its possession. Mr. Aton can speak specifically to the material, but it's essentially an obstruction that would create that center island.
Yes, Mayor. These are high-density urethane mats that are typically used by, say, utility companies when they're doing construction. They're typically laid down and interlocked with each other to create basically a temporary roadway that's less impactful. And we were able to procure two samples of these for free for this specific use in this application of mini roundabouts.
So as people pull up, they will know that they're entering a roundabout with the same rules, right? If you're in it, you own it, and if you're not, you yield. What about boats? The first thing we're going to hear is, "Hey, we trailer our boats." Is that an issue?
Yes, sir. So when we looked at the general radius to determine sort of the size of that inside circle there, we did look at auto turn for vehicles like waste management, school buses, and trailered units. If you kind of see the way that this is laid out right now, the projection of continuing straight through the intersection is only slightly modified from the existing condition today with the installation of that vertical feature. Of course, the pavement markings redirect you further away from that normal path of travel compared to what we're proposing. However, those are simply pavement markings, not any vertical features like you'd see at more developed roundabouts.
Okay, so there's pavement markings, there's a mat in the middle, there's yield signs, and there's the roundabout signs. Okay. I've got a couple other questions, but when you open up, yes, sir.
Yes. So let's just assume for a moment that the roundabout's successful. We get the desired outcome. Would there then be an opportunity to put something else in the middle of the, flower beds or something more attractive than the polyurethane mat?
Again, these are SCDOT roads, so it would have to be with their approval. Again, we would want to design something that's mountable and maneuverable by all of those vehicles previously discussed.
It could be like a stamped concrete, as long as it's mountable. And you do have the sign. I think this is a sign structure in the middle that you see at all the other roundabouts of the chevrons. So that would be one sign with four. You really have to have four different mounts on it, but. So that would provide the visual, but yes, the center island, that 24-foot area could be mountable concrete.
Okay. The looks like temporary pavement markings for forcing right turn only going into the circle. Is that just pavement markings to start with, or are you having any kind of physical obstruction?
Yes, sir. So those splitter islands on the approach are proposed to be paint to start, and could be investigated to be more raised roll curb medians like you see at other roundabouts through town.
Thank you.
So is this primarily a calming measure? I mean, is this judged by how slow the traffic comes out, that effect, or is it also one that? And remind me, is this a four-way stop now, or what's there? It's not. Okay, it's not a four-way stop now.
For both of the proposed locations, the side street approaches are stop controlled. So Pocahontas and Indian, I believe. So
because it seems like traffic flow might be helped as well, but that's not really the aim of this, right? It's
correct. You'd see some nominal improvement from reduction in delay for the side street approaches, but you really wouldn't see much of an impact on the main line approaches. You would see a speed reduction, which again is probably one of the primary goals of this process here, simply by folks having to kind of make more of a semicircle around the intersection as opposed to going and continuing straight through.
How long do you leave the temporary setup before you make a decision about doing permanent stuff there? And I like a fountain. I think a water fountain in the old village would be great.
Yeah, it's a great question. So we'd want to leave it in for at least a month or so traffic patterns could normalize and folks could become used to this new installation, and then we would collect data and then begin that engagement process with SCDOT to justify and share that these were impactful in the way that we wanted them to be, and then get their approval for something more permanent, and then go through that design process, which roughly would probably take about a 6-month period, more than likely to get approval from DOT and then install. So from installation initially to potential final installation, you are looking at maybe a 10-month period at most.
Okay. Is this something that we would have to fund, or would DOT fund this? It's DOT roads, right?
Yes, sir. So the traffic calming program, while the DOT has and runs that program, has developed and runs that program, they do require the municipalities to fund the actual implementation of those, much like every traffic calming device we've done thus far. Driver feedback or speed humps have been funded by the town.
Okay. Any other, so is there anything else connected with this? Do you want a motion from this committee at this point? You mentioned our consent, I think.
You know, the DOT just asked that they have some understanding from the town's leadership that this is something they're supporting. I think your acknowledgement here does that.
Okay.
That's what we'll pass on to them. I mean, if you wanted to vote, that's fine, but I think we're just going to say, yes, it was discussed, and they said to move it forward.
Okay.
So, that's all we really need, Mayor.
Unless I hear otherwise, I think that's
Move-
evident.
move Okay.
right along.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Next
Thank you. So moving on to agenda item number 5, the discussion of traffic calming on Erkman Drive. So this is almost an extension of the previous topic. So we were directed by the committee to look at 2 intersections along King Street, one at Erkman and one at Bellevue. So we'll start with the Erkman Drive intersection. We conducted an always stop study for the intersection to determine, again, being a DOT roadway, whether it met their warrants. So you'll see on the table to the left, these are the volumes by hour that the individual approaches see. These are bi-directional volumes, so they're very relatively low in comparison to many of the other intersections. Just for reference, the threshold requirement from DOT to warrant an always stop is 300 vehicles per hour for any 4 hours in a day. They don't have to be consecutive, but 300 vehicles per hour on any given approach. And so you can see the daily volumes for 3 of those approaches barely reach that threshold for a daily volume, not hourly volume. So in the yellow arrows, ADT is average daily traffic. So on the inbound approach from Erkman, you see just shy of 600 vehicles a day. The 2 approaches on King Street just shy of 300, and then outbound on Erkman is 300. And again, we're looking at from an hourly requirement of 300 vehicles per hour for 4 hours out of the day. So we are very well below that threshold of an always stop. However, as we originally went through the pilot project of the driver feedback signs, we left Erkman off again due to this lower volume. So we are proposing and recommending the installation of a driver feedback sign for the inbound direction. It is the last entrance into the old Village, Old Mount Pleasant area that does not have that currently. So that is proposed for this approach. And then very similarly for the King Street and Bellevue Avenue intersection, we conducted that same always stop study. Volumes were even lower at this intersection, particularly for the Bellevue Avenue approach, which is the stop controlled approach. And again, 300 vehicles per hour for 4 hours is that threshold requirement. So it fell very short from meeting that requirement. And so no recommendations at this point from an always stop component is recommended. We do have on our sidewalk capital maintenance program, the King Street area and areas surrounding really schools in general rank higher and are prioritized within our list. And we are looking at this area as well as going back to the Erkman intersection, requiring the development of that corner parcel to include sidewalk within their property limits, and possible discussions about expanding those up to Coleman and further down King Street. So those are the recommendations from staff for these 2 intersections.
So the recommendation for the 2 is a feedback sign because the warrants aren't met by volume. Is that
a feedback sign for the Erkman approach only, not for the Bellevue approach? We had previously and typically have found them to be most effective at the entrance portions to neighborhoods, not so much internally or on the exits. You see a reduced rate of return, so to speak, on impacts to lowering speeds. And so, again, the only recommendations for Bellevue is to continue to pursue sidewalk connectivity, as well as look and see if we didn't notice any field issues as far as sight distance were concerned, but still maybe have discussions with DOT and the adjacent property owners to maybe pull some things back or trim some things down, just to be extra vigilant on the intersection there.
And I'm sure there are people wondering. So the warrants are strictly based on these are state regulations. These are state roads. The warrants are based on the volume. It doesn't matter what type of traffic you'll have. Families, kids, because there's a swimming pool going in there. If it doesn't meet the volume, it doesn't qualify for other things.
That's correct. And the state really references the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, which is a federal document that is really what they're piggybacking on in their traffic calming guidelines. So it is a federal mandate that the state and municipalities are required to follow in order to meet warrants.
Got it.
And you look at the speeds, the 85th percentile speeds are 25 or below. So you have good compliance at these locations.
Okay.
And that's all speeds.
Right.
The entire time we measured, which I don't know, at least 48 hours. Or
2 days, 48 hours.
So we
It was
can't
48 hours.
We can't have that. You can speak with staff afterwards. I'm sorry, I do have to maintain order. So we can do this when can you get the feedback sign out there?
We can order it now and have it installed. It typically takes about 12 weeks or so to get those devices delivered by the manufacturer and then have it installed within a few weeks after that.
Okay. And it's like the other feedback signs we're used to seeing around.
Yes, they're solar powered. It's standalone, a nice post and placed in a position to really be
Will this be
visible
a trailer one or a post one?
This would be a permanent condition
Permanent
post one, very much like McCants or Wilden or Simmons Street sees.
Okay. Any questions or comments from Danny?
No, just other than pursuing sidewalks in those areas is definitely a worthwhile endeavor.
Yes. Okay. All right, so that moves us to item 6, review and recommendations for the Transportation Sales Tax Charleston County Transportation Committee annual projects. Mr.
Yes, sir. So annually we come to you with both our ranked list for TST and CTC projects, and this is broken out into 3 sort of subsections there: intersection improvements, pedestrian and bicycle improvements, and then paving initiatives. This is again led by the county. We've had pretty good success in the past of having some major projects selected. So I will go through each one of these projects. We are looking for approval on both the projects and the ranking. So
let's just kind of back up just a second. This would be for the 2026 ballot referendum question to replace the one that just did not pass?
No, sir. So this is the existing TST and CTC county sales tax that is still active now, and those funds go towards these smaller improvement sections here, pedestrian or intersections. This is entirely independent of the 2024 ballot referendum.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So we are looking again for approval of the projects as well as the ranking. So when we submit these to the county for their review, each subsection is ranked 1 to 3, 1 to 3, and then for paving we only have 1 that we are submitting. So I will run through those projects. The first being right turn lane development at the intersection of Hungry Neck and Venning. So this would be for design only, to design right turn lanes on both the approaches of Venning to Hungry Neck. A lot of the selection of these projects is outlined in our mobility action plan, and so both this project and the ones that I'll subsequently go over were all generated from those efforts. The next project is the National Drive right turn lane construction. We were previously awarded TST funds for design of this, CTC funds for the design of this project. So we anticipate by the time these selections are made, this will be ready for construction. And then lastly, requesting funds for the design of the Darrell Creek Trail roundabout at Carolina Park Boulevard. This is an intersection we've received a lot of citizen concerns over. It also doesn't meet the warrants for an always stop, and this is part of and tied to the larger new capital improvement project for the Darrell Creek realignment, which is under your review as well now, but this would be for design only of this section to improve safety and mobility. Moving on to the pedestrian and bicycle projects, we have the Egypt Road sidewalk proposed here that currently terminates at Paul Foster. And of course, we have the Jones Center, Bell Hall Elementary, and Nusa Cooper Church and School, which are both very busy and active during the week and weekends. So very critical to have that final connection. This is for design only and ties into an existing approved county project there on Alston Road. Next, we have the improvements for Wingo Way and the US 17 on-ramp at the Ravenel to make this crossing more pedestrian safe through the implementation of a raised median island on the ramp, which is currently a very wide 60-foot plus section of concrete that is not marked and has to be crossed by pedestrians on that side. And then also the implementation of a mid-block crossing you can see on sort of the plan left there with RFB devices to improve safety. This is really an extension of the previously approved CTC Harry Hallman pedestrian improvement project, which will is wrapping up design and will also include a lot of these devices at Waterfront Park. And then lastly, we have the shared use path proposed along Old Marsh Parkway. This is leaving the Hamlin Plantation neighborhood, which is currently entirely isolated for bike and pedestrians, and would propose another RFB crossing at Rifle Range. And this really may look like a sidewalk to nowhere, but there is a trail connection, the Hamlin Park Trail, that runs from the backside of the townhomes up to Billy Swales. And that is really an interim connection while we work on Mount Pleasant Way sections of Rifle Range, and the county finalizes their SC41 widening, which will implement the shared use path on Porsche's Bluff. And then lastly is the Shem Creek Park parking lot redesign. This is looking at basically redoing that entire parking area to be pervious as well, pervious concrete, which will significantly reduce the maintenance that our public service department sees out there, as well as sort of the overrun of those fine grain materials that deteriorate shrimp rope lane much quicker than it would otherwise.
So it would be paved, but it would be pervious pavement.
Pervious, yes, sir.
Okay.
And that is all of the projects. I can go back to the first list there, and happy to answer any questions.
And so you're looking for a vote from council to get this approved, a vote from committee to get this approved by all of council?
We typically, in the past, we have not had it go all the way to council. We take the transportation committee's prioritization, take that list and take it to both of these entities. It's really up to you whether you want to take it through take it through the council. So, you know, it's an annual thing. We select, we ask for your guidance. They're not set in stone. If you think that one's better than the other for whatever reason, you certainly tell us that, and we'll rank them. The TST project, sales tax project, generally gets chosen first, and then the CTC falls behind that. So it kind of naturally whittles us down in a priority list, and we've always done very well and worked well with the county on any questions they have.
Okay. Well, we would need a vote of this committee regardless of whether it goes to full council or not.
Yes,
sir. Do we have a motion, please?
Yes, sir. I'll move that we go forward with these, but I'm going to have a couple of amendments.
Okay.
I'll second, and yeah, I feel the same way. There may be some adjustment that needs to take place.
All right, so we are in discussion, Mr. Chapman.
I had asked for a review of the Mathis Ferry Wingo Way right turn lane. Is that something that's going to happen by Roper, or is that something we're going to need to do?
Yes, sir. So we have that as the next agenda item, and it was the intent to fund that internally with our payment management program.
Okay.
We can get into more detail on that later. I think the process and the time frame that this takes the county to rank and then award funds,
Right.
we can have that done much sooner.
So we've got enough space to do that. Great. Secondly, I happen to have appeared today at Chat's meeting, and a project that was on the referendum, one of our few projects on the referendum, was the improvement to the bridge on Long Point Road between Needle Rush Parkway and 17. And apparently there are some funds specifically for that kind of improvement. And I noticed specifically the chairman of the county council writing that down, as well as the public works director writing that down. So I'd like to include, and I know we normally try to go but with a certain dollar amount, and this is going to be a little more expensive than that. And I would hope that we could include that project in what we submit to county council, obviously to hopefully get it done now, but also the fact that it looks like they're going to have potential for another referendum coming up next year. So with that, I would request that we include in our request to county council the improvements to the bridge on Long Point Road, which floods anytime there's a high tide, as part of our submission.
Is that you mean a motion to amend?
Yes, sir. This is a motion to amend.
All right. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Let me write this down. Bridge on Long Point Road. Got it.
But this is the one between Needle Rush.
So Boone Hall Creek there.
Yes, sir. Boone Hall Creek.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Just for clarification, is this in addition? The county was approved, I want to say, in 2024. I can't remember if it was CTC or TSD. They received $600,000 from one of those programs to resurface that section of Long Point, essentially raising it about 6 inches or so to address some of the flooding concerns while a larger project is undertaken. Is this in addition to that?
I think they need to raise more than 6 inches.
That's all $600,000 is going to get you, I think, of that. But to your point, Mr. Chair, go ahead, sir.
They could put that with.
I think that that project was somewhat tabled, but just because they could not see, like you're saying, the benefit in only raising it so much, because that's what the money would do. So I think your recommendation is a good one to make a public works project out of our submission, because we've been talking about that with the county and the DOT for years. And there's actually a culvert and there is a bridge structure further on down. So I think it's something we could definitely ask them to look at outside of these funds, but for public works, because they have a public works, they typically have a public works category that they choose.
Whatever works, but there specifically is a federal funding for projects just like this. And we heard this today from the state highway engineer, and they heard it too.
Yes, it's and we've been asking for a consideration of a partnership that the town, the county, and the DOT, because that's a grant fund,
right?
And it's perfect for it. And I think the conversation needs to continue.
Well, the state highway engineer seemed to like it.
So where does that leave us with your amendment?
I think it needs to go as part of our submission for these projects.
Okay.
However you include it, I don't care, but I mean, it needs to go with our submission to the county for these projects.
We've got intersection improvements, pedestrian and bike, and paving. Would this be a paving?
I'll just call it a public works. They
Public
used to
works.
have a public works category that
Okay.
they select themselves now,
Okay.
and they only ask for these three categories.
Okay.
Whatever is
All right.
makes it easier for them to understand.
Got it.
But they're aware of it.
We know what you
on this amendment.
No.
Okay. All right. I don't think there's any other discussion on the amendment. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. The amendment passes. All right. Mr. Brownstone, you have one?
Yes, just have a question or two. Can you describe a little bit more about the mechanics of we're submitting 3 projects for intersection improvements, 3 for pedestrian. Realistically, how many of those are funded through this process?
Yes, that's a great question. So historically, we've received about 1 intersection improvement and 1 pedestrian improvement. Of course, this is subjective to other municipalities' submissions, the total money available, and then obviously the ask that we are requesting. And to keep in mind, this is both for, while TST application is due next week, this is also the CTC, which has not been released yet. So there are 2 pots of money and 2 opportunities, which we have been successful in both, about 2 projects per cycle, I would say, over the last 3 or 4 years. Worst case, we get 1 at least. But many of our last submittals, we've received 2 in each of the TST and CTC applications.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Is there an advantage to, ranking your most expensive one first, or coming in with something a little more realistic first? What's your take on how these are ultimately viewed by the committee that scores them?
Yes, sir. So there is some criteria that the county utilizes in their ranking and scoring process, and we use the exact same to rank our projects. And it is a combination of cost. It is a combination of impacts to the roadway. What is the existing volumes? It's an accident history component that's related to safety. It also deals with proximity to transit and schools and a whole slew of different ranking criteria. And that's what we have historically utilized to rank these projects. But I think all of these projects on either for intersection or pedestrian and bicycle improvements are very closely ranked. Ones eke out a little bit more than the others. I mean, there's some strategery in it as well, with like National Drive is coming to completion of design. So, but I think all would be viewed favorably by the county staff that's reviewing these, regardless if they're in the current ranking order or slightly adjusted.
One thing that was brought up earlier is I think it's called the Hamlin Park Trail, and that's like it's not a paved trail. It's a kind of a nature trail is how I would describe it. I've heard from some folks in Hamlin Plantation that there may be some maintenance issues with that trail. Where does it stand today? Have we addressed those maintenance issues, or is it still in need of some TLC?
So there is some outstanding maintenance that needs to be conducted out there. Last I spoke with Public Services, they were working to budget for that. It is a boardwalk section, so it is a little more expensive, but it is an unimproved trail. It is, roots and things like that, so it's not a sidewalk or a paved trail in that respect, but at least this project would connect to that, and we can certainly follow up with Public Services to get a timeline on any sort of repairs that are needed and when those would be.
It's a great walk. If people haven't done that before, I would recommend it. I guess my feedback was those boardwalks get really slippery, and so maybe there's a way to put down some sandpaper type stuff to kind of make it a little less of a skating rink or whatever it may be. Can we go back to the list of the priorities? So I guess my initial take is I do really see some advantage of that Hamlin Plantation sidewalk with how isolated they are from a pedestrian standpoint. That Hamlin Park Trail basically takes you right to the schools complex there, so I think there's some utility Whereas when I look at the Wingo Way and 17 on ramp, that area already has a pretty good pedestrian system on one side of the street, versus this Hamlin situation where there's really nothing there. So if it were up to me, I think I would flip those two and three. So Hamlin would go to 2 and Wingo Way would go to 3. I just think that there's already a lot of pedestrian availability on Wingo Way, and so I think the county's money might be better spent in an area where there's pretty limited pedestrian facilities. So I'd like to offer that up as an amendment to flip 2 and 3 on the pedestrian and bicycle.
Pedestrian and bike, okay.
I'll second that amendment.
All right. Under pedestrian and bike, just flip to priorities 2 and 3.
Right, and if I could just point out that if you add the 2, the Hamlin Plantation Shared Use Path and the Egypt Road Safe Roads to School, it's less than number 2.
Right.
So it makes sense to do that. Maybe we get 2 projects
2 for 1.
instead of 3.
Yeah.
All these are well within the reach of the typical budget that you're
Right.
asking about, $200,000 to $300,000. Some requests come in the millions.
I'm aware of that.
Okay. So I don't think there's any discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. So we would add that. So we have made the 2 amendments. So we still have a motion to pass. This would be as amended if there's nothing else. All in favor of the motion to pass these recommendations in priority as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right. Item number 7, ongoing projects.
Yes, sir. So to touch base on the mobility action plan, of course, I think a lot of the police department information is the same. So I'll skip down to transportation. Of course, we just talked about our TST and CTC project submittals. So those will be going in this first part of next week, and that whole process will begin. I have updates on the US 17 and Oakland Market Road and Lexington Drive time of day phasing initiatives that were tasked by the committee. The last bit of traffic data and observations was collected this past weekend. We had slight delays due to the weather of last week, and so the consultant is analyzing those. We do anticipate to have recommendations this month as far as implementing those phasing schemes, which, if it is the wish of the committee, we will move forward with prior to March's transportation committee and provide you with that information, what those recommendations are in memo style.
I would think that's what we would prefer, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And so we can move forward, and then hopefully by the latest in April committee, we can certainly provide a full before and after study. We can provide updates on what those recommendations were in March at the transportation committee as well. Other improvements, so Mathis Ferry Road at Wingo Way, we'll talk about that in a second, and the study that was presented and the different options associated with that. But before we get there, we got in March our consultants with Rhythm Engineering, which is our adaptive traffic signal provider, will be coming to town to do their annual drive-through sort of system health check. Things that we try to accomplish on a daily basis, but being here all the time, you could
That's
miss
in
some
March
things.
that they're coming?
Yes, sir. So they send someone down and they spend about a week and they ride the corridors, Coleman, 17, at all different times of day and see if there are smaller idiosyncrasies that they can work out of the system to make it more efficient. We are still proceeding with the National Drive Right Turn Lane design. Again, that was one of the projects that came out of the Mobility Action Plan. We have our Long Point Road slip lane design, which is ongoing, and we've coordinated with DOT in their efforts on the 526 interchange project, and they're in sync there. And then we're proposing to upgrade 4 of our older signal detection systems along 17 and the frontage road system to be the newer, up-to-date traffic signal detection, which will help with efficiencies. So specifically to the Mathis Ferry and Wingo Way road investigation, we worked with our consultant Stantec to analyze several different options with regards to both the Wingo Way approach, but more importantly, the Mathis Ferry approach to Wingo Way. And we looked at everything from reallocating that existing shared through right turn lane to a right turn only. We looked at the options, and this is probably a better slide here to show that, adding an additional right turn lane, and then the same sort of concepts for the Wingo Way approach, reallocating the shared through right to a right turn and then addition of a right turn lane. So I think graphically this table here is probably the best to show the impacts that each one of those options has from a level of service, which again just relates to delay, seconds of delay, as well as a cost associated with it. So to summarize, I think the alternative number 2, which is taking the existing, working within the existing pavement that we have currently on the Mathis Ferry approach and converting that currently shared through right turn lane into a right turn lane only, which is what this graphic is representing here. So you would have a left turn lane, a through lane, and a right turn lane only. Really yielded considerable benefit, both cost and level of service improvements for the intersection as a whole, but also for that approach in particular. And so this is a simple restriping concept. It's not adding new pavement. There's no design that has to go into this. This is a discussion with DOT about changing some pavement markings and some overhead signs. It can be done very quickly. So it is staff's recommendation that we pursue that approach, and then of course observe those changes and do an after study similar to what we're recommending there on 17 at Oakland, and then circle back with those findings and the improvements that we see and go from there if anything else is recommended.
I think, we like, and as we implemented from the mobility action plan, the things that are quickest and the lowest dollar sometimes get us the biggest result and bring us the best relief. So I'm not averse to that at all.
Me either.
I'm not sure I quite understood. So when you're coming towards 17 and Wingo on Mathis Ferry, it'll be a right only turn?
Correct.
Okay.
Currently in that far right lane, you can either continue straight,
yes,
or you can make a right turn. So a lot of what we observed in our study was you would have one vehicle that wanted to continue straight and 10 vehicles behind them that all wanted to make a right, and so you saw some delay with that. With this restriping, it would become a right turn only.
Got it. Okay, that. I like that. I like the you hate to say easy solution, but the quicker fix, the quicker and more efficient, I think is a great way to go. Do you need? I don't think you need motions on any of this.
No, sir. I think if we have the blessing, we will continue forward with that implementation.
All right.
And then on to just general other project updates. Billy Swales. So we do anticipate taking this out to bid in March. We are still working through the last bit of the LPA approval process from DOT, as well as our internal MS4 process. So we do anticipate that to wrap up here this month and go out to bid next month, which then puts us at a midsummer construction beginning time frame on that.
Okay.
We are continuing work on the design of the Park West Boulevard and Stockdale roundabout, and as of Thursday of last week, the temporary traffic signal poles are installed, and we should have that traffic signal system up and running in the next 30 days. So that will alleviate a lot of the traffic concerns that are out there right now, and in particular related to safety.
When I was out there Thursday evening, I decided to come out Stockdale 5:30 p.m. and try to make a left turn on the. I know
that's brave.
Laughing,
Yeah.
I know. And boy, I tell you what, I realized real quickly, that's not doable.
Yes, sir. So I mean, and that was one of the reasons we pursued this option. There are some safety concerns that can be mitigated by this traffic signal, and there'll be an addition of a new pedestrian crossing across Park West in the interim while the roundabout project proceeds forward
So,
with
so
design.
the whole thing becomes a signal intersection right there.
Yes, sir. It will be like any signal along 17 or Coleman. It'll be signalized, and so I think it will improve safety. It will help obviously in the construction of the roundabout as well, where we're able to shift lanes around and signalize those approaches and make things safer and more efficient as we go into
So they
construction.
go in flashing at first for people to get aware of them before they actually start.
Yes, sir. So there's what's known as a burn-in. We have about 3 days of flashing only. So the Park West approaches will be flashing yellow in the yield condition or caution condition, and the Stockdale approach will be flashing red. Will stop controlled, same as it operates right now.
Okay.
And
Yes, sir.
if I could just say that this is a great improvement for a lot of reasons. But don't be surprised if you get some backup on Park West Boulevard coming in.
Right.
And you're going to get complaints from people who don't want to have to stop at that intersection. But we're doing it for their safety and the safety of the people come out of Stockdale. So if you get those complaints, please make sure you explain to them why we're doing it and the fact that we're making this safer for everybody.
Got it.
Moving on, the Pitt Street Bridge Micromobility Project. This project is in full swing. Again, saw a little delay from the weather last week, but the crews are out there. They're working very diligently. The bridge is closed right now, and will be probably for at least the next 45 days or so. And this is a lot of heavy equipment out there, and so we've made the public aware of that, and our contractor is moving forward. Again, that full closure helps them also complete the project much faster than they would if it was meant to be left open. We have the All-American Boulevard project, so this is also in full swing. We've got almost all of the curb and gutter installed. All of it is installed for phase 1. And Mount Pleasant Waterworks is wrapping up their portion of the project right now, which will allow us to get into the actual paving process of this. I think substantial completion for this project is June of this coming year, or of this year rather. But you'll see pavement out there, I would say, over the next 2 months, and so it'll start to look like it's almost complete in some of those finishing touches. Shim Creek Bridge bike lanes. This project has been awarded. Trulight Construction. They will begin work on the 23rd of this month. So we're reaching out to the public to make them aware of that. This is very much a resurfacing project, working within almost the limits of the existing roadway now, to implement those bike lanes with some median removal and curbs being shifted. And then Mount Pleasant Way project, some of the highlights here. We submitted last week for a RAISE grant for $10 million from USDOT to fund the remaining 27 miles of design for the spine route of Mount Pleasant Way. We have obviously a lot of trails tied to other roadway projects that are under construction or coming soon, but the ones to touch base on and highlight most importantly is the Kenny Mile Trail project and then the Mathis Ferry Trail sections, both of which are wrapping up the right-of-way acquisition process here over the next 3 months, and will likely go to construction in this summer. So those are some of the key projects from Mount Pleasant Way that'll be happening here soon. Yes, sir.
On the Mathis Ferry Trail, are we completed with the park improvements or park design that was going nearer to Wingo Way?
Yes, sir. The East Cooper Civic Club Park that they sort of initiated and we are assisting with is wrapping up the last bit of DRT approval. We did receive or anticipate receiving a grant from the National Heritage Corridor, which will help to go towards that construction. And by folding that project in with our other 2 trail projects, it will help kind of get a better economy of scale and a better bid price for that. So there's that park, and then there's also the park by the fire station on 7th Avenue that's tied to the Scanlanville Praise House Trail section as well. Both will be completed as part of it.
That's the one I was thinking about.
Yes, sir. That design is complete.
Good. Thank you.
And then lastly, the 516 Coleman project. This is the parking lot project there on Simmons and Coleman. We are finalizing that through the DRT process and getting together the last little bids and specifications for the shifting of that tree that's on site, and look to put that out to bid here in March. And that is all I have for project updates. Happy to answer any questions.
Sure. Committee members?
No, I think I'm okay. Yes, sir.
Howard, I just want to bring up again, I know we're sort of casually looking at, I say casual, that's the wrong word, but can we move up, looking up your way, Brad, at Rivertown? There was a lot of concern over the last week, just apparently where the daycare is in that left turn in and all of that. I don't know if it is something that needs to go to the level of having Stantec, do a survey, or if, I mean, I'm fine. I'm not saying which way to do it,
Right.
but just get it looked at and see if the traffic pattern is, I know you live there, but I know you're getting approached, and I'm getting approached by a lot of citizens with a lot of concerns.
So we will definitely do that. We're also looking at Mr. Icofano received a call and asked me to look into the time of day issue for that location, which is another state signal. So we're going to be looking at that too, because Mayor, I think you had received complaints about the left turn going out also, and maybe
Right.
Mr. Brownstein. So I think that bodes well for us to talk about time of day.
Yes.
If we can't get a full protected left turn there, we can maybe do it time of day. So that will free up, keep that space back where the driveway is open.
Right.
And then, of course, the entering vehicles be watching for any blockage on the inbound lane. So yes, sir, we can probably have in-house do the time of day, and we'll be doing any study when it opens.
Okay.
And we certainly commit to that.
Okay. And so let's put that on the list for next month too. And,
Yes, sir.
and we'll talk, when does the daycare supposed to open?
March or April.
March or
After
April.
last meeting, you'd asked about that. I asked the builder or the owner, and they said that's their target is late March to April.
Okay. Sounds good. But you'll go ahead and be looking at the time of day.
Yes, sir.
Turn signal.
Yes, sir. And we also, on the follow-up on the rifle range and Long Point paving, we have staff out
Yeah.
specifically looking for those areas we talked about. They also got a little delayed with the weather. That probably didn't help anything
No.
for sure. But they're going to put together a list of specific areas that are really the worst that just need to be addressed immediately.
Good. And I'm no pavement expert, but from my time living in a colder climate, I know that if water gets in and we get a freeze, it can really exacerbate your pavement problems, right, where water's getting in there. So maybe some of these have gotten even worse. Yeah.
Freeze thaw, yes, sir.
Yeah.
That'll do it.
Okay. Well, thank you all for that. Any others?
No, sir.
All right. If that concludes our agenda, item number 8 is to adjourn. So